Chapter 6:21. The killing formation was twisting and trembling, a sign that it was about to collapse. Zi Chen brought his people and retreated far away. After tricking the Dan elementals of the group of overlords into the killing formation, the other party should have suffered heavy casualties. Next, the barbarians should have chosen to surround and kill them. However, their sudden escape made the others very puzzled. Just as they were wondering why the barbarians made such a choice, they saw figures appear in the sky. As they approached, they saw that it was a team of Elixir Realm cultivators. They were all in the early stage of Elixir Realm, and there were 20 of them. The group of barbarians fled quickly while they flew forward. The two sides brushed past each other in an instant. These Elixir Realm cultivators were expressionless. After brushing past each other, they flew straight to the killing formation. When they reached the area where the killing formation was, they spread out and surrounded the formation from afar. The group of barbarians also stopped after flying for a few miles, looking at the killing formation from afar. Boom! Just as 10 breaths of time was up, a violent energy wave surged from the killing formation. Then, the entire killing formation collapsed, revealing the Elixir Realm cultivators of the overlords. When they came, there were as many as 148 Elixir Realm cultivators. Now, less than half of them were still alive. In other words, the killing formation and the illusion formation killed more than 70 Elixir Realm cultivators. As for the Elixir Realm cultivators who broke through the killing formation, although they were lucky enough to survive, they were all injured. Some were even seriously injured and had to be supported by their companions. Even the 8 late-stage Elixir Realm cultivators had their clothes torn and were in a sorry state. The power of the killing formation shocked everyone. However, what shocked them even more was the 20 early-stage Elixir Realm cultivators surrounding the group of Elixir Realm cultivators of the overlords. They looked extremely calm and surrounded the group of Elixir Realm cultivators. As for what they wanted to do, everyone had already guessed it when they saw that their bodies were glowing. They were going to self-destruct. First, it was the killing formation. Then, it was the self-destruction of 20 Elixir Realm cultivators. All the cultivators who came deeply felt the terror of Zichin. Barbarians, today I will tear you into pieces. None of you will live past today. Kill, kill without mercy. The group of Elixir Realm cultivators rushed out, shouting crazily and coldly. Their eyes were red and their faces ferocious. You should be the ones to die, Zichin replied coldly from afar, boasting shamelessly me. A late-stage primal core realm cultivator shouted. However, before he could finish a sentence, he felt waves after waves of frenzied chi appear around him. The inner core masters had long since been prepared to self-detonate, and the terrifying aura had already begun to surge. By the time they broke out of the formation, the aura had already reached its limit. By the time they realized it, and turned to look at the 20 inner core masters, they were already charging toward them at top speed. This is the Dan Yuan of the Overlord forces, widened his eyes in an instant. His face was full of horror and shock. Many of them had already revealed fear, and it was extreme fear. In the distance, the other spectators were also in a commotion. They were afraid that they would be swept away by the self-detonating Dan Essence energy, so they began to retreat. The 20 primal core experts had already rushed forward. The few late-stage primal core experts only had time to protect the few primal core experts beside them. Before they could protect the others, the 20 primal core experts exploded one after another. Boom, boom. Thunderous explosions resounded between heaven and earth. Moreover, there were 20 explosions at a time. It was deafening. The 20 primal core experts self-detonated and began to attack indiscriminately. In an instant, the destructive energy swept away all the inner core experts of the Overlord forces. At the same time, the destructive energy spread out and covered a radius of several miles. Under the destructive energy, the azure blue sky instantly turned into a pitch-black hole. The power of the void was constantly twisting and raging. Within the destructive energy, there were shrill and desperate screams. The area within a radius of 10 miles instantly became a land of destruction. The space was repaired and broken and repaired again. This repeated several times. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They were almost petrified. They seriously doubted that after the 20 primal core experts self-detonated, there would be anyone left alive among the inner core experts of the Overlord forces. On Zi Chen's calm face, a small ripple also appeared. Beside him, the others were all extremely excited. They were about to create a miracle again. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the destructive energy. They were waiting for the destructive energy to dissipate and see if there were any inner core experts left alive. Puff! However, before the destructive energy completely dissipated, a figure rushed out of the destructive energy. This was a late-stage primal core expert. As soon as he rushed out, he coughed up blood. The self-detonation of an early-stage primal core expert had caused him to be seriously injured. However, he did not die. Under his arms were 2 mid-stage primal core experts. Although these two had the protection of a late-stage primal core expert, they were still fatally injured. Their vitality was extremely weak. As soon as the late-stage primal core expert brought them out, he quickly took out medicinal pills and fed them to them. However, his face was filled with endless killing intent. After that, another late-stage primal core expert rushed out. He was also protecting 2 mid-stage primal core experts. Compared to the previous 2, these 2 were slightly less injured. However, they had also lost their ability to fight. At this critical moment, they naturally made the most decisive and advantageous choice. That was to protect the mid-stage primal core experts. As for the early-stage primal core experts, they did not care if they died. Just as the crowd in the distance was shocked, more and more figures rushed out of the destructive energy. In the end, the figure stopped at number 8. Oh my God, all 8 late-stage primal core experts are still alive, exclaimed someone in the distance. The self-detonation of 20 early-stage primal core experts at the same time did not kill the 8 late-stage primal core experts. From this, one could see how strong the other party was. Other than that, the other party was also protecting 14 mid-stage primal core experts. Among them, 2 of the late-stage primal core experts had their vitality destroyed by the destructive energy when they rushed out. 8 late-stage primal core experts and 14 mid-stage primal core experts. Although only 4 of them still had some combat ability, the other 8 late-stage primal core experts still had extremely strong combat abilities. Moreover, after swallowing medicinal pills, their combat abilities had risen to their peak. A group of less than 100 barbarians against 8 late-stage primal core experts. No matter how one looked at it, they had no chance of winning. Moreover, from the crazy killing intent that surged around the 8 of them, it was not difficult to see their determination to kill the barbarians. It's over. Even if there is a killing formation and self-detonating primal core experts, as long as the late-stage primal core experts are still alive and have the strongest combat abilities, the barbarians will still die. As expected of an overlord force, as expected of the late-stage primal core experts, their strength is indeed terrifying. The barbarians' plan will fail in the end. The barbarians naturally have a good plan in this battle. However, no matter how good a plan is, it cannot compare to their strength. Even if all of them rush forward, they will still be slaughtered. At most, they will be able to kill these 14 mid-stage primal core experts. All sorts of voices came from the crowd. Just like when they first arrived, they did not have high hopes for the barbarians. They did not believe that the barbarians could still win. Miracles would not happen again. However, even if the barbarians died in battle today, they could still be proud. Their actions today would be recorded in the history of the land of chaos. Since the Wuji sect was destroyed 10,000 years ago, Zichen had once again proved to the world that the barbarians were also very strong. Behind Zichen, the other primal core experts had already grasped their pill weapons tightly. Their excited expressions slowly turned crazy because of the appearance of so many late-stage primal core experts. At this moment, they could not help but think of a way to kill the enemy, which was to self-detonate. Crazy as they were, they did not mind self-detonating at this moment. However, before that, their gazes all landed on Zichen. Their eyes were filled with determination as they quietly waited for Zichen to give the order to fight for the last time. However, the strange thing was that Zichen only stood there quietly. He did not turn around or speak. If someone stood in front of Zichen, they would be able to see that his expression was still as calm as ever. Not only him, but even Wang Qiong, Tyrant, and the others were also extremely calm as they looked at the primal core experts who had already reached the limit of their anger. After taking care of the 10 severely injured mid-stage primal core experts and signaling the other 4 to take care of them, the 8 late-stage primal core experts' gazes all landed on Zichen. At this moment, the anger in their hearts was already burning fiercely. In the next moment, all of their anger was transformed into 2 simple words that could best express their feelings. Die. After saying die, the 8 late-stage primal core experts charged towards Zichen crazily. In the distance, all the primal core experts and Yu Fei who were watching the battle opened their eyes wide. They were afraid that they would miss the next scene of the barbarians being slaughtered. They wanted to remember the scene of the barbarians being slaughtered and then boast about it to others. This was because they had already remembered the scene of more than 100 early-stage primal core experts being killed by the formation and self-detonation. Behind Zichen, the group of early-stage primal core experts tightened their grip on their elixir weapons. Their spirit and energy instantly rose to the peak. They were already prepared to attack. They were just waiting for Zichen to give the order, even if they knew that the result would be death. However, Zichen did not give any orders. Even his expression did not change. He just calmly and indifferently looked at the 8 late-stage primal core experts who were carrying out their terrifying attacks. He's still not bringing people to attack? Is he stupid? He's not running or attacking. Is he scared silly? The spectators in the distance became anxious again. They all exclaimed. In their hearts, they wanted to see a massacre. But it was not a massacre without resistance. At the very least, they had to move, even if it was just a little bit of resistance. What was the point of just standing there and waiting to be killed? Finally, someone moved. A ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Zichen. Then, this ray of light turned into a figure. This was an old man wearing a black robe. He had a pair of deep eyes that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. It was as if he had seen through the joys and sorrows of life and death. He suddenly appeared in front of Zichen and looked at the 8 late-stage primal core experts. Chapter 6:22. The 8 people who were charging forward suddenly froze in midair. It was as if they had seen a ghost. The old man stood in midair, not saying a word. However, the 8 furious late-stage primal core cultivators stopped their thoughts of slaughtering the barbarians. In the distance, everyone looked at this scene in confusion. They did not understand why the 8 of them suddenly stopped and did not dare to charge forward. However, some people noticed that the hands of the 8 late-stage primal core cultivators were trembling slightly. Trembling, was it nervousness or fear? No one could say for sure. Let's end it here. You, late-stage primal core cultivators, disregard your status to kill a spirit core cultivator. What's the point? The old man finally spoke, his voice calm. Who is this old man? Why should we end it just because you say so? The people who were waiting to see the massacre were extremely unhappy. Looking at the 8 late-stage primal core cultivators, their expressions became extremely complicated. There was unwillingness, anger, humiliation, and even grievance. Senior, why? One of the late-stage primal core cultivators asked unwillingly. However, this term of address shocked all the doubtful cultivators. Senior? Who was the senior? As late-stage primal core cultivators, there were high and mighty existences, like seniors in this chaotic land. However, they were actually calling this old man senior. To be able to become their senior, how powerful was this old man? Great circle of primal core cultivators. Many of them could not help but want to scream. However, looking at the disdainful gazes of the surrounding primal core cultivators, they were shocked. Could it be that he's an existence that surpasses primal core cultivators? The imperial core cultivators did not dare to believe this guess. However, thinking about it carefully, if the old man was a great circle of primal core cultivator, then the 8 of them would not necessarily lose to him even if they joined forces. Naturally, they would not be afraid of him. However, looking at the shaking hands of the 8 of them, it was obvious that they were frightened. Heavens! Could it be that he's an existence that surpasses primal core cultivators? The imperial core cultivators were completely shocked. They all looked at the old man in disbelief. Why? While everyone was still in shock, Wang Shan couldn't help but shout at the 8 late-stage primal core cultivators. Are you all idiots? You're all late-stage primal core cultivators, and you want to kill us? You've been cultivating for so many years, and your cultivation base is so much higher than ours. You don't even care about your reputation, bullying the weak, and you still have the nerve to ask why. Wang Shan's loud rebuke attracted a lot of attention, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. As for the 8 late-stage primal core cultivators, they were all dumbfounded. That seemed to be the case, but they weren't just flying in the air. But senior, they killed many of our people, another late-stage primal core cultivator said unwillingly. Are you guys really stupid? We killed them because they wanted to kill us. It's already good enough that we didn't find trouble with you guys for bullying the weak and the strong. How dare you talk about killing people? Tyrant glared at them and spoke before Zhang Haotian could. The 8 of them were speechless once again. Tyrant continued loudly. Bullying the weak with your strength? Bullying the weak with your strength? To think that you are the overlords of this world. How could you do such a shameless thing? Look at us. Did we ask our seniors to kill you? Under Tyrant's harsh rebuke, the 8 of them didn't know what to say anymore. You guys have indeed gone overboard in this matter, the old man spoke again. When the 8 of them heard this, their faces were filled with grievances, and they were about to cry. What was going on? You guys have a strong cultivator, an existence beyond the primal core realm. You guys should have warned us earlier. We knew that we were in the wrong, so we retreated. But you guys didn't say anything and didn't appear. Now that you guys have killed our people, and we're going to kill you guys in return. You guys brought out this strong cultivator. Wasn't this bullying? Bullying! Zi Chen's actions were indeed bullying. He didn't even have the extravagant hope of killing a late-stage primal core cultivator, because that was simply unrealistic. Moreover, when a late-stage primal core cultivator appeared, only the old man could suppress him. Therefore, before this, Zi Chen had already planned to let the old man show himself. Of course, a simple intimidation wasn't enough. He had to hurt them and then show himself to intimidate them. The strength of an existence beyond the primal core realm was already unimaginable. Not to mention the 8 of them. Even if 8 more of them came, they might not be a match for the old man. Matters between the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation. What's the point of you guys getting involved? Disperse. The old man's voice was indifferent, and then he waved his hand. There was no energy in the wave of his hand, but the expressions of the 8 late-stage primal core cultivators changed again, and they immediately retreated. Although they were filled with unwillingness, they no longer had the courage to fight. They could only retreat. This time they had completely failed. But to fall in the hands of an expert beyond the primal core realm, it wasn't shameful. Just as the 8 of them turned around, They saw that two of the barbarians had already rushed out to pick up the pill weapons and spirit rings on the ground. Such a scene almost made their noses crooked from anger. But at this moment, with such a strong cultivator around, what else could they say? Naturally, they could only swallow all their unwillingness and grievances back into their stomachs. Out of sight, out of mind. Helpless, the 8 of them could only leave immediately. The other mid-stage primal core cultivators, who were heavily injured, could barely keep up with them. The figures of the overlord forces quickly disappeared into the horizon. They had come with great force and suffered great losses, but they left with their tails between their legs. But no one laughed at them, because being forced to retreat by an expert beyond the primal core realm wasn't shameful at all. At this moment, when they saw the old man, these spectators finally understood why the barbarians dared to provoke the overlord forces and annihilate the other forces. It turned out that they had such a strong backer. The overlord forces left in a sorry state, returning to Chaos City. The spectators naturally didn't dare to stay here, so they left one after another. The outcome of this battle was really unexpected. Behind Zichen, the 80 primal core cultivators were filled with excitement. They looked at Zichen with eyes full of admiration. Obviously, Zichen had calculated everything in this battle. Everything was under his control. They didn't even need to do anything in this battle and won just like that. After that, they looked at the old man again with respect and curiosity. This was because they were so close to an existence even stronger than the primal core realm. The surrounding cultivators had all left. Other than the corpses, only Zichen's group remained. Zichen's calm face finally had a hint of a smile. Now that the 3rd battle was over, it was likely that the 4th battle would take a long time to come. It was even possible that it would never come. Hence, Zichen had enough time to establish his own faction. We've found the spirit-devouring rats. We're preparing to establish a sect. Zichen's calm voice was filled with obvious waves. Establishing one's own sect was such a great thing. Moreover, establishing a sect in the Bedlam lands was much more domineering than establishing a major force in a barbarian land. These 80 primal core cultivators would be his subordinates. These people had been baptized in blood and fire, so their loyalty was unquestionable. That's right. We found the best place to establish our sect after finding that dead rat, Tyrant said excitedly. The others were also very excited. When they first came to the Bedlam lands, they lived in fear and trepidation. They could die at any time. Who would have thought that in just a few years they would have the strength to challenge the major forces and overlords of the Bedlam lands? Moreover, they were going to establish their own force. Naturally, they couldn't just find an empty space to establish their sect. Before that, they had to find a place with dense spiritual energy and find a place with many underground spirit veins. With Elder Hiroshi, a formation grandmaster who had lived for countless years, he could connect all the spirit veins to form a powerful defensive formation. That formation would be the future guardian formation of Zichen's force. After Wangshan had plundered all the wealth from the dead primal core cultivators, they returned to the Bedlam lands. At this time, they were temporarily staying in Wild Wolf's territory. Naturally, they had to celebrate the victory of this battle. Therefore, on that day, everyone was in a state of revelry. At night, the spirit-devouring rats returned. During this period of time, it had been wandering around the outskirts of the Bedlam lands, looking for places with dense spiritual energy. Moreover, its harvest was not small. Currently, it had found several mineral veins and was waiting for Zichen to establish his force. That night, while everyone was celebrating, Zichen, LV Peng, Elder Hiroshi, and the spirit-devouring rats were in the room discussing the establishment of their sect. At the same time, Elder Hiroshi told the spirit-devouring rats about the requirements for spirit veins. The next morning, the spirit-devouring rats left. After that, Zichen called Wild Wolf, Haifeng, and the other 2 mid-stage primal core cultivators. The four of them came in and stood respectfully, quietly waiting for Zi-Chen's orders. We are going to form a force, so naturally we can't all recruit primal core cultivators. Now go and recruit some Zephyrs. The more, the better. As for the treatment, it will be twice as good as normal Zephyrs, Zi-Chen instructed. Once a force was formed, there would naturally be battles. At that time, the battles would not only be between primal core cultivators, but Zephyrs would also participate. Moreover, as the force expanded, Zi-Chen could not always recruit primal core cultivators at sky-high prices. Moreover, it would only be normal primal core cultivators. Therefore, once the force was established, Zi-Chen would also learn from the Overlord forces and other major forces. Of course, all of this was in the future. If they wanted to successfully establish a force, they still needed to fight. However, Zi-Chen believed that this battle would still be won by their side. After Zi-Chen instructed, the four of them naturally nodded in agreement. By the way, there is one more thing. Since we are going to establish a force, we naturally need a territory of our own. So far, our territory is 1,000,000 miles around here. You guys take care of that. I want all the mineral resources in this area, as well as the primal core cultivators, to be under our control. The few of them nodded again, then bowed and left. Soon, they gathered dozens of primal core cultivators and began to gather the Zephyrs in this area. From then on, they would truly take over this 1,000,000 miles of land. Moreover, everyone believed that taking control of this 1,000,000 miles of land was just the beginning. Sir, there is someone outside the door asking to see you. Outside Zi-Chen's room, a voice sounded. Someone is asking to see you? Who is it? Zi-Chen was a little puzzled. He said his name is Wu Lu. Chapter 6:23. Wu Lu's arrival surprised Zi-Chen, but he still allowed Wu Lu to come in. Lord Zi-Chen. Wu Lu was very respectful after entering. I have something to discuss with you. Zi-Chen looked at him. Congratulations to Lord Zi-Chen for your victory this time. You've destroyed the might of the overlords and created another miracle. Wu Lu flattered him. Just get to the point. Zi-Chen was not very interested in Wu Lu, who had taken advantage of him, even though he had already guessed the other's intentions. It's like this. I want to see the number of inner core cultivators under your command. Wu Lu became hesitant, but when he saw Zi-Chen's impatient expression, he immediately said, I want to join your faction. Just you. Zi-Chen's voice was still calm. There are 32 other people, all of them in the inner core realm, and all of them are loyal to me. Wu Lu said, Loyal to you. Loyal to you. I'm also loyal to you. I've recruited them over the past few years. They've been through many fierce battles and have a lot of experience in large-scale battles. Zi-Chen stared at Wu Lu. Previously, they were indeed considered allies. Part of the reason why his subordinates were so loyal was because Zi-Chen was eyeing them covetously. However, allies could also become enemies at any time. Wu Lu led the others to wander around the periphery. Once Zi-Chen's side suffered a defeat or suffered heavy losses, the so-called allies would turn into tigers and wolves in an instant. Therefore, Wu Lu did not have good intentions. He was very scheming. He seemed to have guessed that Yi Futian wanted to expand his faction, so he decisively joined him. Being stared at by Zi-Chen, Wu Lu felt a lot of pressure. His forehead was already sweating. All right, Zi-Chen finally nodded. Thank you, Lord, for taking us in, Wu Lu said excitedly. However, it was unknown how much of this excitement was real and how much of it was fake. Zi-Chen waved his hand, indicating for Wu Lu to leave. The latter nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully asked, Lord, what are the benefits for us? Those who have passed the heavenly lightning tribulation will receive 10,000 high-grade origin stones every year. Those who have not passed the tribulation and do not want to come. As for those who come, they will receive 3,000 high-grade origin stones every year, Zichen said indifferently. Thank you, my lord. Wu Lu thanked him again, then bowed and left. After leaving, Wu Lu had a bitter smile on his face. Although he was already mentally prepared for his treatment to be reduced, he did not expect it to be so low. Before he came, he thought that Zichen wouldn't reduce the benefits by more than half, but the truth was that it was reduced by 90%. The battle had yet to end, yet Zichen dared to treat them so cheaply. Clearly, he had the confidence to establish himself here. As for the ordinary early primal core stage cultivators, Zichen only offered a price of 3,000 high-grade primal core stage cultivators. The difference between this price and the previous price was like heaven and earth. The problem of the ordinary early primal core stage cultivators being of little value was also clearly demonstrated at this moment. This was the current situation in the land of chaos. When there was a battle, these early core realm cultivators could still be considered to have some fighting power. But once the battle was over, they would no longer have the potential to improve and would become worthless. Zichen's force had yet to be established, yet he decisively gave up on these worthless primal core stage cultivators. If it were an ordinary person, they would naturally think that Zichen was burning the bridge after crossing the river. But Wu Lu did not think so. Zichen's actions made him see how ambitious Zichen was. Obviously, he was saving resources, and the resources he saved were naturally used to cultivate useful, primal core stage cultivators. In other words, Zichen was imitating those great forces and trying to cultivate his own primal core stage cultivators with potential. My lord, how is it? Did Zichen agree? The moment Wu Lu returned, the group of primal core stage cultivators anxiously asked. Wu Lu nodded, but his expression was not good. He agreed? That's great. What about the treatment? Will it still be the same 100,000 high-grade primal stones as before? The group of primal core stage cultivators looked at Wu Lu expectantly. Wu Lu smiled bitterly. Zichen's strongest trump card had been revealed, and this trump card was enough to ensure that he could establish a great force without any worries. Under such circumstances, how could Zichen still offer such a high reward? They had seen Zichen's foundation and knew that Zichen had a chance of winning, so they chose to join. Once the foundation was revealed, the following battle would be within his control. Zichen would naturally not foolishly continue to hire primal core stage cultivators at such a high price. Those who have passed the heavenly lightning tribulation will receive 10,000 high-grade primal stones per year, and those who have not, 3,000, Wu Lu said truthfully. What? The group of primal core stage cultivators stared at him. The difference between before and after was too great. How can it be so little? This Zichen is looking down on us. Why should he give those cowards 100,000 high-grade primal stones and give us only 10,000? That's right. We're not afraid of death. He actually gave us 3,000. That's too little. Everyone was indignant. Wu Lu did not speak. He waited until everyone had vented their dissatisfaction before he said, Zichen said that he will not force you. It's up to you whether you want to stay or go. This Zichen is too arrogant, isn't he? He thinks that by revealing such a powerful trump card, he will be safe. Next, the Overlord forces will naturally start a war. They might even send out existences that surpass the Dan Essence realm. He can guarantee that his side will definitely win. He looks down on us now. In the future, Zichen will cry and beg us. At that time, let alone 100,000. Even if it's 200,000, we won't join. That's right. The war will happen sooner or later. Let's wait a few more days. Let's see if he will still be so arrogant when he can't recruit primal core stage cultivators to fight for him. Lord, what do you mean? Do you still want to take us with you when Zichen is offering such a reward? Some ordinary primal core stage cultivators spoke out, dissatisfied. Such a reward is not less than the primal core stage cultivators of great forces, Wu Lu said. This was the truth. Even the early stage primal core stage cultivators of great forces might not be able to get 10,000 upper grade primal stones in a year. As for the ordinary early stage primal core stage cultivators, it was needless to say. Since the great forces did not want them, Zichen was giving face to Wu Lu by offering 3,000 upper grade primal stones. It is not less than the other forces, but compared to the treatment Zichen got when he recruited primal core stage cultivators, the difference is many times. There were still some people who were not convinced. While they were angry, they also deliberately ignored the situation of those high-priced primal core stage cultivators. At that time, they had no idea that Zichen had such a strong trump card. Their future was almost dark. However, under such circumstances, they still chose to join Zichen. They were completely risking their lives. Compared to them, these people were naturally much less courageous. Sir, you want us to work for him with such a small reward? Zichen must be dreaming. Instead of working for him at such a low price, why don't we do what we did in the past? You can lead us to fight for resources, suggested a Dan primary cultivator. Those who spoke were all ordinary primal core stage cultivators who had not experienced the heavenly thunder tribulation. Those cultivators who had withstood the heavenly thunder tribulation with their own strength had been silent. Go, where are we going? Wu Lu laughed bitterly and said, Perhaps in less than 3 days, this area will completely change its surname. At that time, every blade of grass and every tree here will have the surname Me. As for the other surnames, they will disappear completely within 3 days. When the other primal core stage cultivators heard this, their hearts trembled. Obviously, they understood that disappearing meant death. However, they were also extremely unwilling to take 3,000 upper grade primal stones just like that. A primal core stage cultivator said again, Sir, can you discuss with Zichen to increase the reward? If there was a possibility of an increase, Wu Lu naturally did not mind talking to him. However, from Zichen's attitude today, he had already seen many things. If I'm not wrong, you'll be the last batch of ordinary primal core stage cultivators that Zichen has recruited. When Wu Lu's words fell, the other primal core stage cultivators' expressions changed instantly. They were not fools and naturally understood what all this meant. Those who are not part of my faction will be killed without mercy. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from afar. Then, waves of powerful auras appeared from the horizon. The aura of the leader was actually a mid-stage primal core stage cultivator. Killing intent swept over from the horizon. Wu Lu and the others' expressions changed instantly. As for the ordinary primal core stage cultivators, they could not help but be frightened. It's a misunderstanding, Sir Wild Wolf. This is a misunderstanding. Seeing the Wild Wolf in the lead, Wu Lu hurriedly smiled apologetically. The Wild Wolf led a group of primal core stage cultivators over. Killing intent surged around them as they stared coldly at Wu Lu and the others. It's a misunderstanding, sir. We are also part of Sir Zichen's faction. We just joined today. That's right. We're all on the same side. Beside Wu Lu, the other primal core stage cultivators also spoke one after another with humble smiles on their faces. You must be Wu Lu, right? The Wild Wolf asked coldly. That's me. Wu Lu bowed slightly. Sir said that when you see you, you should immediately bring your people over. Next, we will have to clear the area. Wu Lu nodded. Oh, right. Sir also said that if you are not willing to join his faction, you can leave on your own, the Wild Wolf added. Hearing this, the previously hesitant primal core stage cultivators shook their heads repeatedly like rattles. They all said that they were willing to join. What a joke! Just now he said that he would clear the area and then let them leave on their own. Even ghosts would not believe such nonsense. The wild wolf left with his people. Wu Lu led the others to report to Ziqin. In the following period of time, the real purge began in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. All the elementals were taken in by the wild wolf and the others. All the resources and mineral veins were recorded one by one and guarded. As for the primal core stage cultivators, those who were willing to join Ziqin's faction stayed. As for those who were unwilling, they were sent on their way. Naturally, the rewards for those who chose to stay were 10,000 and 3,000. On the 7th day after the great battle, Longhu returned from the core formation pavilion and brought back another 20 ordinary primal core stage cultivators. These primal core stage cultivators would be kept hidden as trump cards, only appearing when the battle was necessary. The wild wolf and the others also returned at the same time. They announced that they had completed their mission and unified the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Furthermore, they recruited more than 50 primal core stage cultivators and killed more than 50 along the way. As there were too many ordinary primal core stage cultivators, they were cowardly and could not be of much use in a real battle. Recruiting them was also a waste of resources. Hence, the wild wolf and the others took the initiative to let them shine, turning them into the most useful primal core stage cultivators. Chapter 6:24. The core essences of the overlords had not returned yet, but the news of their defeat had already reached Chaos City. The overlords had been defeated. Once the news was out, the whole world was shocked. The barbarians had actually defeated the overlords. This was no different from an ant killing an elephant, and the effect it brought was undoubtedly shocking. However, in addition to the shock, all the forces were doubting the authenticity of this news. The overlords had sent 8 late-stage core essences, 20 mid-stage core essences, and 120 early-stage core essences, but they were actually defeated by the barbarians. How was this possible? When all the forces and overlords heard this news, their first reaction was disbelief. Although the news had clearly stated that the real reason for the defeat of the overlords was that the barbarians had sent out an existence beyond the core essences, and it was him who had defeated the overlords. But still no one believed it. Where did the barbarians in the outer regions come from? They came from the land of the barbarians. Why was it called the land of the barbarians? It was because that place had no resources, no powerful inheritance of battle techniques, and no foundation to nurture experts. The death rate of cultivators from there was also the highest, and it was also the place that was looked down upon the most. Could there be an expert beyond the core essences in such a place that was looked down upon by all the forces? The answer was naturally impossible. This could be seen from the situation of the 8 forces. In their clans, there were enough core essences, but there were only a few mid-stage core essences and only a few late-stage core essences. The 8 forces had rich resources and deep foundations that far surpassed the barbarians, but they did not have an existence beyond the core essences in their clans. But the land of the barbarians had won. How was this possible? So after this news caused a sensation, it attracted even more doubts. No one believed this nonsense, not even the overlords. So they quietly waited for the other core essences of the overlords to return. After a few days, the experts of the overlords returned. When they went, there were 148 of them, but when they returned, only 22 of them were left. When they went, they surged with powerful auras, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they had gone to exterminate the barbarians. But when they returned, they were all dejected and kept a low profile. Could it be that the news from before is true? The attitude of the core essences of the overlords shocked all the other forces. Just as the core essences of the overlords returned to their own forces, the spectators who had followed them from Chaos City to the outer regions also followed them back. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire Chaos City had been spread out from their mouths. First, it was the killing array. Then it was the self-destruction. Finally, an old man appeared. With a simple sentence, he made the 8 of them lose their ability to fight. These simple words had an extremely shocking effect. Once this piece of news that was unacceptable to all forces came out, it naturally caused another sensation. Moreover, everyone swore solemnly that they had seen the existence that surpassed the Dan origin stage in the barbarians, so they naturally had no choice but to believe it. The Ning family patriarch was drinking tea. He was in an extremely bad mood after repeatedly suffering losses at the hands of the barbarians. This time he heard that the Overlord Power Origin Core had also been defeated. Although he didn't believe it, deep in his heart, he also hoped that the Overlord Power would be defeated. Patriarch, the people from the Overlord Powers have returned, but only 22 of them are alive. The news is true. Suddenly, a Dan origin expert came in to report. What did you say? The Overlords were really defeated? Could it be that there really is an existence that surpasses the inner core realm among the barbarians? The Ning family patriarch's expression instantly changed. The teacup in his hand was also crushed because of his unstable emotions. However, he didn't seem to notice as he looked at the incoming Dan origin. Yes, the news has been confirmed. Many people have seen that expert with their own eyes. Dan Origin's affirmative answer caused the Ning family patriarch's face to instantly turn pale. The rumors were true. There was actually such an expert among the barbarians. This caused endless fear to rise in his heart. At the same time, the reaction of the other 7 family patriarchs who received the news was not much different from that of the Ning family patriarch. After the initial shock, they all felt fear. This was because an existence like that could single-handedly wipe out all 8 of them. As for the other elders who had been advocating for sending experts to exterminate the barbarians to regain their face, after hearing this news, they also turned pale and silent. An expert that surpassed the inner core realm in the Bedlam lands was a heaven-like existence in the Bedlam lands. When they moved, the entire Bedlam lands would tremble several times. The reason why the overlords were able to control the entire Bedlam lands was not only because they had a large number of inner core experts, but also because they had an existence like that. The reason why they couldn't become the 6th overlord was because they didn't have such an existence in their clan, and in the entire Bedlam lands, there were less than 10 of them. When these experts were distributed among the overlords, each family only had 2. But now, there was actually such an existence among the barbarians. This gave them enough courage to resist the overlords. After hearing this news, all the other forces finally understood why a few barbarians dared to provoke all the other forces in the Bedlam lands. When the news of the defeat of the overlords spread, everyone had a premonition that the barbarians were about to rise and that the 6th overlord force was about to be born. The forces that had previously declared that they would fight to the death with the barbarians also fell silent after hearing the news. They were waiting for the reaction of the overlords. Since they had revealed an existence that surpassed the inner core realm, it was obviously none of their business anymore. Next, it would be the battle between the barbarians and the overlords. When the inner core realm experts of the overlords returned, they reported the news truthfully, which instantly caused a commotion among the upper echelons. There was suddenly an existence that surpassed the inner core realm in the Bedlam lands. This was definitely a big matter that was worth paying attention to. Moreover, those who paid attention to this matter had to be of the same level. Hence, the old ancestors who had been in seclusion for a long time came out one after another to inquire about the whole story. Previously, they didn't care about the barbarians, so naturally they didn't pay attention to them. However, as they investigated the information one by one and found the problematic details one by one, they came to a conclusion that made them feel incredulous. And this conclusion was that the existence came from the ancient battlefield and was an ancient beast that surpassed the inner core realm. Impossible. The ancient battlefield is suppressed by the rules. Other than humans, no living thing can walk out of it. When they reported this unbelievable conclusion to the old ancestors, they were instantly refuted. Old ancestor, We also find it unbelievable, but this is the truth. An old man with white hair said bitterly, "Bullsh *t. That's the rules. Who in the world can resist the rules?" On the main seat, a relatively young old ancestor reprimanded the old man. We received news that when Zichen came out, he attracted the attention of the Shirling. Moreover, the Shirling took a purple gold gourd from him. At that time, the power of the rules that emerged from the Shirling fought with the purple gold gourd. A mere purple gold gourd can resist the rules? Even a combination of purple gold and silver can't. The old ancestor was still stubborn in disbelief. We also found other evidence. When Zichen entered the ancient battlefield, there were only 3 of them. However, when he came out this time around, there were 2 more monstrous beasts beside him. Based on the description, they should be 2 ancient beasts. 2 living ancient beasts. The old ancestor's eyes suddenly flashed. We're just guessing. We can't be sure. Moreover, according to the description, one of them should be a pure-blooded ancient beast, spirit-devouring rat. As for the other one, it's more unusual. It's a combination of a dragon and a tiger, but we couldn't find out what kind of ancient beast it is after searching through the ancient books. Spirit-devouring rat. The old ancestor's expression kept changing. That's right. According to the boy from the Zheng family, he once saw Zichen with this ancient beast in the ancient battlefield. Boy from the Zheng family, what about our people who entered the ancient battlefield? The old ancestor stared. The old man was stunned when he heard that. Then he said bitterly, "Most of them died in the ancient battlefield, but the only 2 who survived were killed by Zichen. If that's the case, we didn't gain anything in the ancient battlefield this time." The old ancestor's voice was obviously cold. The old man, who looked even older than the old ancestor, lowered his head and said, "It's not just us. The other 4 overlords also didn't gain anything." That's not right. The Shangguan family gained something. Although only one of their people survived, she came out with Zichen. Moreover, they have a good relationship. We should be able to get some information from her. The old man's eyes suddenly brightened when he thought of Shangguan Bingshi. But when he raised his head again, the old ancestor was no longer on the main seat. The Shangguan family didn't send out any troops this time because the 2 factions in the family almost fell out over the assassination of Shangguan Bingshi by Shangguan Qishang. Even such a big matter had alarmed the old ancestor, who was in seclusion. Shangguan Feilin wanted to reward his son, but Shangguan Feixiong wanted him to give an explanation. Both sides insisted on their own words and argued fiercely all day long. They almost turned hostile and fought. Moreover, a battle every day had almost become a rule. Shangguan Bingshi would also repeat her experience in the ancient battlefield every day. After a long time, the other clansmen could recite her experience. The arrival of the old ancestors of the 4 overlords caused the argument to end early. Including the old ancestor of the Shangguan family, a total of 5 old ancestors were present. In the meeting room, the upper echelons of the Shangguan family were shocked and quickly bowed. "I have something to ask Bingshi," the old ancestor of the Shangguan family said directly. Shangguan Bingshi was still a bit nervous facing the old ancestor, but Shangguan Feixiong wasn't afraid at all. He said, "Old ancestor, Shangguan Feilin ordered his son to kill my daughter in the ancient battlefield. I hope the old ancestor can help me get justice." After Shangguan Feixiong finished speaking, the people in his faction all spoke up as well. But soon the other side refuted. The old ancestor of the Shangguan family frowned and looked at the 2 sides who were arguing. His gaze fell on Shangguan Bingshi again. But when he saw Shangguan Bingshi's teary eyes, he understood a bit. However, the argument between the 2 sides was like flies buzzing in his head. He shouted, "Enough! Can't you see that there are guests here? What are you doing?" Shangguan Feixiong and the others shut up, but they looked at the old ancestor with eager eyes. Their meaning was clear. We can only wait for you to make a decision. Bingshi, follow me. I have a few questions for you. The old ancestor of the Shangguan family pulled Shangguan Bingshi and disappeared. The other 4 followed behind. They should be asking you about Ziqin. Before that, you must let the old ancestor help you. Shangguan Feixiong took the opportunity to transmit his voice. Chapter 6:25. The Shangguan ancestor brought Shangguan Bingshi away and asked her about Ziqin. However, Shangguan Bingshi only sobbed softly. She refused to cooperate. While sobbing, she told them what had happened in the ancient battlefield, how her subordinates had protected her wholeheartedly, and how cruel Shangguan Qixiang had been. She told them all in detail, but she didn't mention anything about Ziqin and the ancient beast. After being unable to get the main point for a long time, the ancestors were very anxious. However, they couldn't make things difficult for a little girl, so they all looked at the Shangguan ancestor. This is clearly Shangguan Feiling's fault. Allowing one's own son to kill a direct descendant of one's own faction is a grave crime of severing one's bloodline. Such a method is too tragic. Your Shangguan family has such a family head. It's a misfortune for your family. The other 4 ancestors spoke up. This was a family matter of the Shangguan family. If it was any other time, they would naturally be happy to watch the show. Perhaps they would even find a chair to brew a pot of tea to relieve their boredom. However, they couldn't do that today. They were truly concerned about that existence that had surpassed the core realm. Too much. This is really too much. How could he do such a thing? This is simply too much. The ancestor of the Shangguan clan was furious. He was the strongest cultivator in the clan, so he naturally had more authority than the clan master. Thus, Shangguan Feiling was forced to step down from the clan master seat. This was a dispute between the younger generation, and he couldn't be bothered to interfere. His angry expression was just for show. As for who the family head was, it didn't matter to him. As long as they were present, the overlords wouldn't be able to step over them. They could do whatever they wanted. Of course, that was only limited to the Bedlam lands. Shangguan Feiling's face turned ashen when he heard the news. He even felt despair. In order to obtain this position, he had spent a great deal of effort. He had roped in many people in the family. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. However, none of that was as effective as a single sentence from the ancestor. The principle of the martial heaven continent being revered by the strong was vividly displayed at this moment. When he saw the smug Shangguan Feixiong, he became even more furious. Your plan worked. Congratulations, Shangguan Feiling said with a gloomy face. Hee, congratulations to you too. Shangguan Feixiong laughed. Don't be so happy yet. Although I'm not the head of the family, it's not you either, my good third brother. Shangguan Feiling snorted. Shangguan Feixiong laughed and said, I've never wanted to be the family head, so it's fine as long as you're not the family head, my good second brother. Saying this, Shangguan Feixiong left, leaving Shangguan Feiling sulking alone. My good second brother, can't you see that all schemes and schemes are so insignificant in front of great power? Instead of spending all your time scheming against others, why don't you just break through to the Dan origin stage? When he disappeared around the corner, Shangguan Feixiong's voice was heard again. Shangguan Feiling was startled, his expression changing. After punishing Shangguan Feiling, Shangguan Bingshi had achieved his goal. Naturally, he also told them everything they wanted to know. She told them in detail about ancient beasts, pure-blooded ancient beasts, pure-blooded ancient beasts, pure-blooded descendants of ancient beasts, and real-blood ancient beasts. The 5 of them nodded their heads as they listened. Even though they were old ancestors, they had learned a lot today. Of course, Shangguan Bingshi did not tell them everything. At least, she did not tell them that Longhu was a supreme beast. She only told them that Ziqin had brought out 2 living ancient beasts from the ancient battlefield. One of them was a spirit-devouring rat, and the other was an old man. When the 5 old ancestors heard this, their expressions changed instantly. The ancient battlefield had opened many times, and they had naturally tried to take advantage of those ancient beasts. However, they had never succeeded. Not to mention them, even the existences from other regions had never succeeded. However, Zichen had brought out a living ancient beast. Moreover, it was an ancient beast that had surpassed the Dan origin stage. Among the same level, ancient beasts were the most powerful ones. Their combat strength was even stronger than some sky martial artists. What do you think? Shangguanbing, she left as soon as he finished speaking. The 5 old ancestors looked at each other in dismay. If it was a human that had surpassed the Dan origin stage, they would not be afraid. However, it was an ancient beast that had surpassed the Dan origin stage. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. For a moment, the 5 of them fell into silence. After a moment of silence, one of the old ancestors said, "The other party has shown up. As the rulers of this region, it would be embarrassing if we don't go and take a look. Therefore, I suggest that we go and take a look together." Why would they go together and not alone? That was because the other party knew that ancient beasts were bloodthirsty. It would be bad if one of them could not suppress the ancient beasts. That's right. We should go and take a look. In the previous battles, Zichen had led his men to resist the ancient beasts. The other party did not make a move. I think they don't want to have a conflict with us. Moreover, Zichen stayed in the outer region to form a team to resist the ancient beasts. I think he wants to establish a force there. If the other party is really an ancient beast that has surpassed the Dan origin stage, it is not impossible for them to establish a force. However, they must compensate us. I heard that they have a lot of ancient beast essence blood on them. We can use that as compensation. The 5 of them discussed and finally nodded. They decided to go to the outer region to take a look. At full speed, they only used 4 days to reach the outer region. However, before they could deliberately search for traces of Zichen's group, a figure walked out of the void in front of them. "You've come." The person who came was naturally the old turtle. He had already sensed the 5 of them and deliberately showed himself. Moreover, such a scene was also something that Zichen had expected. What followed next was a game between the old turtle and the 5 of them. "You're the one who bullied the weak. You're the one who bullied a few late-stage Dan origin stage juniors." One of the old ancestors spoke. His voice was very cold. He immediately put a big label on the old turtle. This was completely for the sake of the negotiations later. The expressions of the others also became very unfriendly. However, the 5 of them were undoubtedly shocked because they had not sensed the other party's existence before this. This phenomenon not only showed that the other party's battle strength was strong, but also that his realm seemed to be much higher than theirs. Late-stage Dan origin stage attacking Yukong. You should be the one bullying the weak. The old man smiled faintly. "Humph, you scared our people away. Is it our fault?" Another person snorted coldly. The others also cooperated very well with a gloomy expression. A chill surged around them. "So you're here for a reward? Then come at me." The old man was still indifferent. "Humph, with just you? You think you can stop the 5 of us by yourself?" The 5 of them were very aggressive. "I'm just a clone. Of course, I can't stop you, but my original body should be able to. There are 5 of you. If my original body goes all out, killing 3 of you won't be a problem. If my original body fights to the death, I should be able to drag the 5 of you down with me." The old man's calm words were extremely impolite. For a moment, the faces of the 5 old ancestors turned ugly. They had already guessed that the other party was an ancient beast with a very strong battle strength. They came here not to fight, but to negotiate and get some benefits from the other party. However, this old man did not seem to understand the unique language of humans. He wanted to start a fight right away and even said things like dying with them. Just as their expressions changed, the void behind the old man began to tremble and distort. The power of the void raged, and a terrifying aura came from the depths of the void. When the void returned to normal, two blood-red eyes like millstones appeared in the void, emitting a cold light as they stared at the five of them. Being stared at by such a cold gaze, the expressions of the five old ancestors instantly changed. Moreover, the ferocious aura from before made their hearts tremble. It seemed that this was the original body of the old man, but with the void blocking, they couldn't see what it was. Obviously, the old man's words were not a threat or a joke. He was just stating a fact. Once the battle happened, the five of them might have to stay here forever. The spirit-devouring rat's efficiency was very high. It only took it half a month to find a suitable place to establish a sect, according to Elder Mo's words. When the spirit-devouring rat brought Zi Chen's group here, everyone could clearly feel the dense spirit energy between heaven and earth. This was an enormous mountain range that stretched up and down. The mountain peaks were majestic. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and strange craggy rocks were everywhere. There are at least 33 spirit veins in the depths of the earth, and none of them have formed mineral veins. Perhaps many years later, this place will become a huge mineral field. On the mountain peak, the spirit-devouring rat explained to Zichen. Zichen did not understand, so he just looked at Elder Amo. Elder Amo was releasing his soul remembrance to investigate carefully. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face. Yes, there are many spirit veins here. It's very suitable for establishing a sect. As long as we use the spirit locking formation to seal these spirit veins, when a great enemy invades, not only will they provide endless energy for the formation, forming an unbreakable defense, the spirit energy emitted by the spirit locking formation will also be enough to improve the spirit energy density of this place. Elder Emo nodded. Then we'll choose this place. I'll ask people to clean this place up. Zichen said. Since taking over all the large and small forces within 1,000,000 miles, Zichen had more than 10,000 people in the air. They were more than capable of cleaning up the mountain rocks and ancient trees. Unexpectedly, Elder Emo only shook his head and said, "There's no need to rush this. Before this, you need to find some materials for the formation. I need to seal the spirit veins first. This is the great sect protection formation used to seal the spirit veins. The materials must be the best. Don't make up the numbers. Formation materials." Zichen frowned when he heard this. Although he had a lot of resources, he lacked formation materials. Moreover, he was at war with all the forces in the Bedlam lands. Naturally, no one would sell him materials. Zichen was not the only one worried about this problem. The others also did not know what to do. Before the first step of establishing a sect, everyone had encountered the huge problem of formation materials. Just as Zichen was in trouble, a voice suddenly sounded in his sea of consciousness. "Zichen, come here. I'll bring you to meet some people." Chapter 6, 26. As soon as Old Tortoise finished speaking, before Zichen could answer, the void behind him broke open. A giant hand made of energy appeared, grabbed Zichen, and pulled him in. When Tyrant and the others saw Zichen being pulled away by the mysterious hand without any resistance, their expressions changed and they wanted to destroy the hand. Fortunately, Zichen stopped them in time. When Zichen reappeared, he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. He saw Old Tortoise first, and then the 5 old men. Compared to Old Tortoise, the 5 of them were obviously older. "Little friend, Zichen, you're here." When the 5 old men saw Zichen, they all smiled kindly and greeted Zichen as if they were very familiar with him. Zichen obviously did not know these 5 strangers, but he nodded kindly. He then looked at Old Tortoise and asked, "Senior, are they your friends?" "They are the patriarchs of an overlord force. Old Tortoise said with a smile. What? Zi-Chin was obviously shocked when he heard this. He almost bit his tongue and turned his head mechanically, his gaze once again landing on the 5 people, patriarchs of an overlord force. Doesn't that mean these 5 people are existences beyond the inner core realm? Zi-Chen's eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. The 5 of them were slightly annoyed after being humiliated by Old Tortoise. Now, they were satisfied with Zi-Chen's shocked expression. At this moment, Old Tortoise's voice sounded again. Oh, right, they want to buy some ancient beast items from you. I called you here to discuss the price and see if there's anything to talk about. Zi-Chen was stunned, but the 5 of them were dumbfounded. When they first arrived, they put on a posture of wanting to negotiate, but the other party almost summoned their true forms to fight them. They thought that the other party could not understand the euphemism of humans, so they took a step back and gave in first. Then, they talked about Zi-Chen's establishment of a force. Previously, they had already agreed that they would look for Zi-Chen to discuss this matter. At the same time, they hinted that Zi-Chen had once snatched their tribe's younger generation's harvest from the ancient battlefield. Their purpose of saying this was naturally to get Zi-Chen to take the initiative to offer compensation. Now that Zi-Chen was here, the other party said that they wanted to buy it. At this moment, they finally realized that it wasn't that the other party couldn't understand tactful human language, but that he didn't want them to take advantage of him, not even a little bit. While Zi-Chan was still in a daze, Old Tortoise had already told Zi-Chan everything through telepathy. Finally, Old Tortoise said, I'm here. You can negotiate freely. Hearing this, Zi-Chan had a rough idea of what to do, and he was extremely excited. Evidently, he had passed the test of becoming an overlord, and no one would stop or interfere with his establishment of a faction. Moreover, even if a battle were to occur, it would be a battle within a controllable range. Zi-Chen forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart, but there was no change in the expression on his face. He was still in a daze. Soon after, he frowned slightly, shook his head, and said, I don't have many things from ancient beasts. I don't want to sell them yet. When the 5 great ancestors heard this, they were completely dumbfounded. Well, we haven't even said that we want to buy it, but you're already saying that you don't want to sell it. Moreover, you said that you don't have many things from ancient beasts? Who would believe that? This was because they had already heard from Shangguan Bingshi that Zi-Chen's harvest this time far exceeded the total harvest of their overlord forces in the past 10,000 years. No, I really can't sell it. I can't sell it. Zi-Chen shook his head repeatedly. You can't sell it at all? We heard from Bingshi that you obtained a lot from the ancient battlefield this time. Selling a little shouldn't be a problem, right? One of the great ancestors subconsciously followed Zi-Chen's words. As soon as he said that, he was already regretting it. Saying that would mean that he was admitting that he wanted to buy these things. Sure enough, the other 4 looked at him with reproachful gazes. However, when Zi-Chen heard that, he still shook his head and said, No, I really can't sell it. This time, I let a group of subordinates be baptized with ancient beast essence blood and eat ancient beast meat every day. There's not much left. At most, it's enough for them to be baptized 3 or 4 times. When the 5 great ancestors heard that, they were speechless. They wondered how many ancient beasts he had gotten. A group of subordinates had already been baptized, and the remaining was enough for a group of people to be baptized 3 or 4 times. Well, they're subordinates after all. There's no need for them to be baptized once. Besides, they came with sincerity, didn't they? The old man suddenly said. This time, the 5 of them did not say anything. As great ancestors, it was really embarrassing to ask a junior to buy ancient beast essence blood. Moreover, the blood essence blood was useless to them. They had only come with 2 goals. One was to see the old man's strength, and the other was to get compensation from Zi-Chen. However, the first goal had been achieved, far exceeding their expectations. The second goal seemed to be hopeless. However, I really don't have much ancient beast essence blood that surpasses the level of inner core. At most, there's only 100 drops, Zichen said again. When he finished speaking, Zichen clearly felt the atmosphere change instantly. The 5 great ancestors, previously indifferent and displeased eyes, also became fervent in the next instant. Young friend Zichen, what did you say just now? You have ancient beast essence blood that surpasses the level of inner core? One of them asked, unable to suppress the excitement in his voice. Zichen nodded and asked in return, that's right. Could it be that what you want to buy is not this kind of ancient beast essence blood? Could it be that it's ordinary? No, of course not. We want ancient beast essence blood that surpasses the level of inner core, the 5 great ancestors said anxiously. The essence blood of ancient beasts that surpassed Jinen essence was very useful to them. Of course, this use was not in the form of a wasteful baptism. Instead, it was to refine the enormous essence, qi bit by bit. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to improve further. This was an opportunity that they were also interested in. Naturally, they could not miss it, so they all looked at Zichen eagerly. However, Zichen shook his head again and said, But I've said before that this thing cannot be sold. It's used for baptism. Moreover, I only have about 100 drops. Baptism. Hearing Zichen's words, one of the great ancestors was immediately enraged, appearing extremely agitated. He said to Zichen, You're using this kind of essence blood for baptism. Such a waste. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Is it a waste? I don't think so. It can improve one's physique, Zichen said innocently. Ah, you little brat, you're really infuriating me. How much can it improve your physique? It's just a waste for you to use it. This thing can only display its full effect in the hands of people of our level. The great ancestor seemed to be very agitated. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to reprimand Zichen, but he was pulled by the person next to him. When the person followed the great ancestor's gaze and saw the great ancestor's cold expression, the great ancestor smiled awkwardly and said, You're too agitated. Young friend, it's really a waste for you to use this thing for baptism. It contains unimaginable essence. I'm afraid you won't even be able to absorb 10% of the essence. More than 90% of the essence will be lost. In that case, it's better to use the essence blood of an ordinary ancient beast's descendant for baptism. It's better to give this thing to someone who can use it. Another great ancestor expressed his thoughts in a kind way. Of course, this did not exclude the fact that he was secretly cursing Zichen for being a wastrel. Zichen seemed to be moved by the great ancestor's words and fell into silence. The 5 of them looked at him anxiously. However, no one knew that at this moment, Zichen was communicating with the old tortoise telepathically. Senior, if you sell this essence blood to them, won't their strength suddenly increase by leaps and bounds? Once they break through, it will be over for them if they come looking for trouble with us again. Haha, you can rest assured about this. Although this essence blood is very useful to them, if you control the amount, you don't have to worry about them breaking through at all. However, it's also very normal for their strength to increase a little. Then, how many drops should I give them? It doesn't matter. If you don't have something you urgently need, give them 10 drops each. If you do have something you urgently need, give them 20 drops. I'm in urgent need of high-quality formation materials, and I need a lot of them. In the entire barbarian land and the fringe, I'm afraid they're the only ones who can provide it. Then give them 20 drops in exchange for formation materials. Seeing that Zichen was silent for a long time, the 5 great ancestors also anxiously asked, Young friend, what do you think? Zichen was still hesitant. After a while he said, I can agree to this, but I have conditions. Speak. I want to establish a force in the periphery. If you don't agree, feel free to send your troops. We'll accept. But the condition is that you're not allowed to send late primal core experts, because they're too much stronger than I am. When the 5 great ancestors heard this, their old faces showed a rare look of guilt. Their mid-primal core experts could only be compared to a late Zephyr Realm expert. The 5 great ancestors nodded, indicating that they had no problem. There's one more condition. Speak. I don't want to sell this ancient beast essence blood. The 5 great ancestors immediately frowned, but Zichen quickly added, but I can trade. Trade. That's right, I need some materials. You'll be in charge of providing them. I'll give you as many as you can, a total of 100 drops. When the 5 great ancestors heard this, their faces lit up with joy. In the entire fringe, who would dare to say that they had more materials than them? Wait here, I'll go get the list. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the void behind him split open, and Zichen stepped into it. When Zichen reappeared, Tyrant and the others asked curiously, "What are you doing? What's with that big hand?" "Let's not talk about it for now. Elder Hiroshi, what materials do you need? Hurry up and write it down. The more detailed the better," said Zichen excitedly. "What? You have a way to find the materials?" Everyone looked at Zichen. "Of course. Elder Hiroshi, hurry up and write," urged Zichen. Then he looked at the others and suppressed the joy in his heart, saying, "We'll go back and think of a name for our force later." Elder Hiroshi quickly wrote down the list. Then Wang Qiong used his yuan energy to make 5 copies. Zichen took the list and left. When the 5 great ancestors received the list, they frowned slightly. "Why? Is there a problem?" asked Zichen nervously. "Although many of them are uncommon, it's not a big problem." When Zichen heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After receiving the same list of items, their former allies became competitors in the next moment. They prepared to go back and gather the materials as quickly as possible. But before they left, the Shangguan clan's ancestor suddenly asked, "Little friend Zichen, how did you get the ancient beast essence blood that surpasses Dan Yuan?" "Senior, you killed an existence of the same level while being surrounded by 4 experts of the same level. Why? Didn't Bingshi tell you?" Chapter 6:27. When the 5 of them left, their mouths were twitching and their eyes were filled with shock. They were glad that they didn't do anything impulsive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to return. However, they didn't know that it wasn't 4 people of the same level who attacked the old man, but 8. Zichen didn't tell them the truth, not because he didn't want to scare them, but because he was worried that they wouldn't believe him and wouldn't be able to intimidate them. After the 5 old ancestors left, Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. His biggest enemy, the old man, had been stopped. The rest was up to him. I think good and evil peak sounds good. It's domineering and has Buddhist principles. It makes people feel respect and faith. In the room, Zichen and the others sat down and started to discuss the name of the force. Monk said a name seriously. "Haha, good and evil peak? Then why don't we call it Good and Evil Peak?" Wang Shan laughed. "Wang Shan, do you think I'm still thinking about myself? You're wrong. The name Good and Evil Peak does have a great meaning." Monk said seriously, but his words attracted a round of boos. This damn monk really doesn't do things that are disadvantageous to him. He even linked the name of the force to his own name. Humph, how ignorant. You don't know anything. Monk snorted. Hee, I'm ignorant. But I think Yunxia Peak sounds better than Good and Evil Peak. Wang Shan laughed. Yunxia Peak sounds good. Wang Xian raised her hand and praised. Wang Qiong smiled. 3-1. Monk, your Good and Evil Peak is eliminated. Wang Shan joked. Good and Evil Peak. Monk emphasized. Who cares what peak it is? It's all eliminated. Wang Shan shook his head at Monk, making the latter stare at him. Such a scene attracted the laughter of the others. But after the laughter, they still had to think of a name. How about Savage Peak? Chinquin Sect. Tyrannical Peak. Everyone said a few names, but they didn't feel good. Zichin asked curiously, "Why do you keep calling it Peak?" Everyone laughed and said that they were influenced by the Bedlam lands. Then Wild Wolf suggested Savage Camp. Barbarian Camp sounds like a bandit's lair. Zichin rolled his eyes. Then, how about the Chinquin Cave? Black Wind came up with an interesting name. Cave. The others were even more speechless. This sounded even worse than a village. Zichin, since it's your faction, why don't we use your name? Someone suggested. Yes, it's called Zichin Village, Wild Wolf said. No, it's called Zichin Cave. Zichin Feng sounds good. Mount Zichin is majestic and domineering. Zichen's pavilion is very romantic. Thus, everyone opened their mouths and said many names at once. Zichin shook his head and chuckled. This isn't my faction, Zichen's. It's everyone's faction. It's inappropriate to use my name. Everyone said that it was fine and that Zichen was the leader, but he stubbornly shook his head. Everyone had contributed and put their lives on the line. It was unfair that only his name was used in the name of the faction. It was not fair to make friends feel unfair. This was in line with Zichen's character. Of course, Tyrant was an exception. Then what's the name? In the end, everyone's eyes fell on Zichin. Zichin pondered for a moment and then said, "Although we have established a faction, it's not an inheritance faction. It's a bit too much to call it a sect, but it's not a peak either. Why don't we call it a pavilion?" Everyone nodded and asked, "What kind of pavilion?" "Most of us are from the land of savages. When we first established our faction, other than to protect ourselves, we also wanted the land of savages to rise in the fringe. So barbarian is very suitable. Barbarian pavilion? That's too tacky. We'll use one of the two words, barbarian," Zichin said. Barbarian pavilion, what's with that?" Wang Shan muttered softly. Zichin smiled and said, "That's the last two words. They're normal. Let's make the first word more domineering. How about we call it heaven? Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion." Everyone muttered to themselves. Then their eyes lit up and they said, "It's Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, not bad." Everyone murmured and then nodded. Obviously, they agreed with the name. At this point, the faction that Zichen had established had its own name. Since it was the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, Zichen was undoubtedly the pavilion master. Therefore, everyone was competing for the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. The Deputy Pavilion Master was naturally Wang Qiong. After that, it was the second Pavilion Master, the third Pavilion Master. Out of boredom, Wang Shan and the others even lined up to the 13th Pavilion Master. Everyone was having fun. Wang Xian also asked, "What about me? I'm also a guardian, right?" Everyone looked at Wang Xian, and then looked at Zichin. Then they said in unison, "You're naturally the Pavilion Master's wife." Wang Xian blushed instantly and was extremely shy. However, Zichin, who would usually be embarrassed by such teasing, seemed to be in a daze today. "What's wrong? Our faction is about to be established. The enemy is also eliminated. The problem of the formation materials will also be solved soon. You should be happy." Everyone looked at Zichin in puzzlement. "It's something to be happy about, but I'm thinking of a problem." Zichin said, "Our forces are about to be established. We have unlimited resources, but we don't know how to use them. It's like we have a mountain of treasures, but we don't have a shovel to dig it up. You're talking about those ancient beasts." Wang Qiong looked at Zichin. Zichin nodded and said, "Yes, those ancient beasts. Their skin and bones are excellent materials for refining elixir weapons. Even their blood essence can be refined into many elixir pills. However, what we have is resources. Who can we find to refine them? Everyone fell silent. This was indeed a problem. They had a lot of resources, but they didn't have the talent to refine them. In the Bedlam lands, there were a few families that specialized in refining elixir weapons and elixir pills. Unfortunately, these families had enmity with them. Naturally, they wouldn't refine anything for them. Wang Qiong pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, this problem is very easy to solve." Everyone looked at Wang Qiong, waiting for him to propose a solution. However, Wang Qiong looked at Ziqin and asked, "Ziqin, do you remember when you were surrounded by so many forces in the land of barbarians? How many forces protected you?" Wild Wolf and the others were also very curious about Ziqin's situation. They all looked at Ziqin. Ziqin nodded and said, "Of course I know. The martial ancestors faction, your Wang family, the Qin family, and the Lu family. Then do you know why they protected you?" Speaking of this question, Ziqin was also very puzzled. If the Wang family protected him because of Wang Xian, and Wang Shan, then what about the other two families? The Qin family and the Lu family seem to have been very good to Ziqin since the beginning. Moreover, they protected him every time. Ziqin shook his head and said, "The Wang family should be protected because of Wang Xian, and Wang Shan. However, I don't know about the Lu family and the Qin family." Wang Qiong smiled and said, "The Wang family is willing to help you because of those two, but they are not the main reason. Moreover, I believe that the Wang family's reason is the same as the Lu family and the Qin family." "What's the reason?" asked Ziqin. "The Wuji sect." Wang Qiong said word by word. "The Wuji sect." Ziqin was a little stunned. How did the Wuji sect get involved? "That's right. It's because our three families can be considered as the continuation of the Wuji sect. Our Wang family can be considered to have inherited the Wuji sect's battle skills. The Qin family inherited the Wuji sect's Qi Huang technique, and the Lu family inherited the Wuji sect's forging skills. The reason why the three families are protecting you is also because you have inherited the Wuji sect's Wuji inheritance. You are the true successor of the Wuji sect." Wu Mo and Miao Kong didn't know what Wang Qiong said. Qin Xing and Qin he also didn't know. Wang Xian, and Wang Shan were also puzzled. Obviously, this was a secret. "You mean?" Ziqin's eyes instantly lit up. "That's right. Go to the savage land and find the Qin family and Lu family. Give these resources to them and let them refine things for you." Wang Qiong nodded and said, "As for their skills, you can rest assured. They have inherited close to 30% of the Wuji sect's skills. They are much stronger than the people here. It's just that they don't have enough resources." Wang Qiong's suggestion was good, but the problem now was how to return to the savage land. One must know that when they came here, they had directly teleported here. As soon as Ziqin asked this question, Wild Wolf answered with a smile. In the outer region, there were many one-way teleportation arrays. Some of them were used to teleport to the outer region of the Bedlam lands, while others were used to teleport back. However, the cost of teleporting back was extremely high. Of course, Ziqin and the others were no longer the same as before. Naturally, this didn't count. However, the one-way teleportation array to the outer region was controlled by Ziqin's forces. Almost every day, there would be true energy realm experts teleporting back. However, the savage land was an exception. The teleportation array hadn't sent any savage land cultivators for a long time. The teleportation array to return to the savage land was 1,000,000 li away. Currently, it was still under the control of other forces. Since that's our way back, we must guard it. "Tomorrow, Wild Wolf will take some people to occupy the teleportation array," said Ziqin. Wild Wolf nodded. Then Ziqin looked at Qin Xing and Qin He again and said, "You two brothers will leave with us tomorrow. Take some resources back and let the people in your family appraise them. Then bring some people back." The two nodded repeatedly. Their eyes were filled with excitement. After so many years, they could finally go back. Taking the resources back to appraise them was undoubtedly a feeling of returning home in glory. When they heard that they were going back, everyone was in high spirits. However, the matter here hadn't been settled yet. It wasn't realistic for everyone to go back, so they could only let the two brothers go back first. However, before that, Wang Shan had told them several times that they must go to Yunxia City and tell Wang Jinwei and the others about the situation here. Tell my father that we can come here whenever we want because we have our own forces, said Wang Shan proudly. The next morning, Wild Wolf left with 5 or 6 nascent core experts, Qin Xing and Qin He. Chapter 6:28. The 5 great ancestors appeared one after another, and the old man naturally followed. Compared to the last time, they were more cautious and even respectful. When Ziqin entered the ancient battlefield, he was only in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm. Naturally, he could not kill an ancient beast that surpassed the Dan origin stage. Since he had the blood essence of an ancient beast of this level, it could only have been killed by the old man. In order to get a better understanding of the old man's combat power, the 5 of them went back to find Shangguan Bingshi and asked about the situation. Shangguan Bingshi did not hide anything and told them the truth. However, the information they got from Shangguan Bingshi was completely different from Zichen's. Shangguan Bingshi clearly said that the old man was fighting 8 people of the same level, and that the old man fought with his life to kill 2 of them. In the end, the battle had to stop because of the changes in heaven and earth. Although Shangguan Bingshi said that the old man was also seriously injured, it did not stop them from trembling. Therefore, when they came today, they were cautious and respectful. They also knew that Zichen had more than 100 drops of blood essence, and they all hoped to exchange for more through normal means. Seniors, you've brought the materials so quickly. Zichen was very surprised. After we went back, we searched through all the treasuries. The amount of materials used for formations is not large, so we found them quickly. Yes, we only found a batch and exchanged for some blood essence first. As for the other materials, we are in the process of preparing them. The few of them spoke. Zichen nodded his head, understanding their intentions. Evidently, they were all afraid that the other party would have already exchanged the essence blood. Therefore, each of them had brought a batch to exchange first. Moreover, the reason why they had such materials in their treasure trove was because there were no outstanding array masters in their clans. Therefore, once they obtained such materials, they would store them away. Little friend Zichen, this is the list of materials we have. See how much blood essence you can exchange for. The few of them took out the list. These were the materials that Zichen had requested. The quantity and weight were written clearly. In addition, at the end of all the materials, the price of primordial stones was clearly marked. These array formation materials were all useful to Zichen, and they were of great use to him. Naturally, he wanted to exchange them all. However, when it came to the exchange, he was troubled. He didn't know how many high-grade primordial stones a drop of ancient beast essence blood could be exchanged for. Seniors, has there ever been an auction of ancient beast blood essence in the history of Chaos City? Zichen asked. The few of them looked at each other and shook their heads. No one would complain about having too many of such items. No one would take them out to auction. Moreover, in the various auction houses, other than a Buddhist scripture, no other items from the ancient battlefield had been auctioned. Seniors, do you know how much this drop of blood essence is worth? Zichen asked again. When these people heard this, they all wanted to say that this thing was priceless, that it wouldn't be sold no matter how many primordial stones were offered. It was truly a priceless item. However, as buyers, they naturally wouldn't say that. Moreover, they all pretended to be ignorant and asked, "Little friend, how much is it worth?" Zichen was immediately filled with disdain. If I wanted to know the price, would I need to ask you? However, looking at the 5 of them, It was obvious that they didn't intend to offer a price. Hence, after hesitating for a moment, Zichen tried to say a price. How about 50 million? 50 million was naturally 50 million high-grade primordial stones. In other words, this drop of ancient beast blood essence was equivalent to 12 supreme elixirs, which was equivalent to Zichen's annual expenditure of hiring 500 Dan origin stage experts at a sky-high price. This was an extremely terrifying number. Zichen thought that they would hesitate when they heard this, but unexpectedly, they didn't show any expression. They just nodded and said, "Little friend, as long as you think it's good." When they said that, Zichen felt a little embarrassed. He originally hoped that they would bargain and wanted to lower the price. However, since they didn't say anything, Zichen couldn't continue to ask. Hence, he exchanged at 50 million for one drop. However, Zichen didn't know that when the four people opposite him heard this, they were greatly relieved. At the same time, they secretly despised Zichen in their hearts, as expected of a barbarian who hadn't seen much of the world. One had to know that they had estimated that the price would be at least 100 million high-grade primordial stones. This was because this thing couldn't be measured in primordial stones. Even if it was 100 million, they would still be willing to pay. Moreover, they believed that if they took this blood essence to other regions with a strong foundation to sell, the value of this thing would only be higher. Moreover, Zichen didn't ask for primordial liquid, only primordial stones. This made them extremely happy because once one's strength reached a certain level, primordial stones were useless. Only primordial liquid was always useful. However, Zichen was a barbarian. The most expensive thing he had ever bought in his life was supreme elixirs. A drop of blood essence was equivalent to a dozen supreme elixirs, so he was content. Hence, they who originally thought that they would only be able to exchange for a few drops of blood essence, exchanged more than half of it this time. Among them, only the Shangguan clan had managed to exchange for 9 drops. The other clans had also managed to exchange for 8 drops. The items that they had brought were all about the same. The reason why the Shangguan clan had managed to obtain an extra drop was because the Shangguan clan old ancestor had mentioned Shangguan Yu. Moreover, he invited Zichen to the Shangguan clan as a guest, saying that Yu hadn't seen him for a long time and always missed him. This was a show of goodwill, so Zichen gave him an extra drop. This action made the 4 people envious. Then, Zichen took out the blood essence. The terrifying power contained in it made the 5 people's eyes turn fervent. Just by this aura, they knew that the blood essence was genuine. It was indeed the blood essence of an ancient beast that surpassed the level of Dan Yuan. It wasn't blood essence refined from ordinary blood. After receiving the blood essence, they seemed to be eager to refine it. They didn't even want to stay a moment longer, so they bid farewell and left. Of course, Zichen didn't want them to stay too long. He also had many things to do. After sending the 5 people away, he called the others and took the 5 spirit rings, heading towards the location of the pavilion. However, when they arrived again, Zichen and the others saw that there were many demonic beasts below them. Moreover, they saw the silhouettes of humans dozens of miles away. The spiritual energy here was extremely dense. These demonic beasts had been cultivating here. As for the humans, they were true energy boundary miners. They felt that there was something here and wanted to extract it. Tell the Yukong clan to leave. They are not allowed to bring anyone here in the future. He said lightly again. These miners were naturally Zichen's men. So Wang Shan went to find the leader of the Yukong clan to talk to him. As for these demonic beasts, let them leave first. After we open the pavilion, they can come back if they want. Zichen thought for a while and finally gave them a way out. Monk was the best at showing off, so he went to warn the demonic beasts. Moreover, there were actually flying demonic beasts here, which was really surprising. This area spanned more than 100 square kilometers and had dozens of spirit veins. The mountain range was connected, and there was a spirit vein at the bottom of almost every mountain peak. Next, the spirit lock would be Elder Mo's job. He wanted to use these array materials to lock the spirit veins below. This was a real, technical job. In the group, other than LV Peng, no one else could help. Moreover, Elder Hiroshi wanted to teach LV Peng the art of arrays. Giving pointers was the main point, and using hands was secondary. Therefore, this huge project was left to LV Peng to complete. The spirit lock array is not much different from the soul lock array. One locks one's soul consciousness, and the other locks the spirit veins. You must first rely on your senses to find the source of the spirit veins, and the spirit lock locks the source. Elder Hiroshi taught. LV Peng kept nodding, then released his spiritual sense to sense carefully. Then he slowly walked from the peak to the foot of the mountain and stopped beside an inconspicuous puddle. Elder Hiroshi, I feel that the source of the spirit veins is under this puddle. LV Peng opened his eyes and said, he had been sensing with his eyes closed all this time. Not bad. Your senses are getting sharper. Next is to lock the spirit veins here. Elder Hiroshi nodded. LV Peng took out a lot of materials from his spiritual ring, then started to arrange them according to the spirit lock array. During this time, he had to sense the size of the spirit veins and the range of the array. After working for 2 hours, LV Peng finally finished with his forehead full of sweat. Just as he was waiting to receive Elder Mo's praise, Elder Mo shook his head and said, the spirit lock technique only allows you to lock the spirit vein, but it doesn't allow you to lock it completely. It has the same effect as the Divine Prohibition Soul Lock, but they are 2 completely different techniques. The Divine Prohibition Soul Lock locks it completely, and when it's used, it can be released all at once. However, the spirit lock technique only locks it, and it doesn't lock it completely. There must be space for movement. Moreover, this is a vast spirit vein, not a human soul. If you lock it completely, when the spirit vein expands to its limit and breaks through the spirit lock formation, it will bring destruction. Cold sweat appeared on LV Peng's face when he heard this. Once the spirit veins self-destruct, the power would be unimaginable. If he used this array to build a pavilion, then before other forces could attack, this place would be turned into nothingness after the array was broken. Therefore, LV Peng tried again, but Elder Hiroshi did not tell him what to do. He just kept on giving him pointers and letting him figure it out himself. LV Peng repeated this process over and over again for 2 days before he finally managed to lock onto the smallest branch of the spirit vein. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, LV Peng said, Elder Hiroshi, isn't this too slow? Elder Hiroshi shook his head and said, it's fine. But at this speed, it will take at least a few years to lock all the spirit veins, LV Peng said. Practice makes perfect. Elder Hiroshi smiled. While Elder Hiroshi was leading LV Peng in the spirit lock array, Zichen and the rest were not idling. They walked around 100 miles until they memorized every mountain, stone, grass, and tree. They also made corresponding marks for what they wanted to build on the mountain according to their imagination. Some marks ran through the middle of the mountain, meaning to flatten it, leaving only half of it. Some marks were only on the peak, meaning to simply decorate the peak. During this time, Zichen and the rest were constantly communicating. Of course, the loudest ones were Wang Shan and Tyrant. This will be the main pavilion in the future. Wang Qiong pointed at the mountain peak that was thousands of meters high. Chapter 6, 29. There was a huge spirit vein at the base of the main peak, connecting several spirit veins at the base of the nearby peaks. It was like an extension of the main peak. Naturally, this was the best choice for the main pavilion, and no one would dispute it. Next, Zichen asked Heifeng to find some people to decorate this place. Of course, they had to start decorating the place where Lu Peng had locked the spirit. The ancient trees would be dug up and the mountain peaks would be shaved. Every day, there would be the sound of energy surging, and every day, there would be the light of spirit weapons flashing. Creating a force was naturally not something that could be done in a day or two. This was a huge project, and the time it would take was unimaginable. Fortunately, Zichun had enough resources and manpower. This could greatly reduce the time. After planning everything, it was time for the flight warriors to act according to the plan. There was nothing left for Zichun to do. After leaving Wangshan here to supervise, they went back because there was still a lot of things to do. Zichun now ruled an area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. His subordinates were more than 100 core realm cultivators and more than 10,000 levitating realm cultivators. Many of his subordinates were not working for him for free. He needed to pay them, and Zichun was not stingy. Naturally, he would pay them more than other forces. Therefore, even though Zichun had many resources, the first thing he considered was self-sufficiency. He had to make his daily income at least balanced with his expenditure. Only then could he continue to cycle. Always paying with his own resources was not a long-term thing. Compared to the inner region, although the outer region was large, it had relatively fewer resources. Therefore, it was indeed difficult to rule this place and support so many subordinates. Fortunately, Zichun had a spirit-devouring rat. This kind of existence was born to find treasures, and it played a great role at this time. Mineral veins were not like spirit veins. Just because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense, there would definitely be mineral veins. Perhaps under an unremarkable hill, there would be a rich mineral vein. Therefore, to find mineral veins, one had to be professional, and the spirit-devouring rat was undoubtedly a natural-born professional. A while ago, the spirit-devouring rat had already traversed a radius of 1,000,000 miles and found several large mineral veins. As for those small mineral veins, the spirit-devouring rat didn't even bother to investigate them. In its words, these mineral veins didn't have a lot of resources, and there was still room for growth. It would wait until millions of years later when they grew into large mineral veins. After the spirit-devouring mice marked out the locations of these mineral veins, the next step was to gather people to start mining and gathering resources. Naturally, there was no need for Zichun to personally instruct these matters. As the future deputy pavilion master, Wang Qiong gave the orders. Furthermore, 3 days later, he had already mobilized over 10,000 true energy realm miners, over 1,000 airborne realm cultivators, and 20 core realm cultivators from other mineral veins to head to those mineral veins. Those who were supposed to be mining were mining, and those who were supposed to be guarding were guarding. Everyone was performing their respective duties. It had to be said that Zichun's generosity was not only shown on Zukong, but also on the true energy realm miners who had no human rights in the fringe. Usually, they would mine day and night without rest, and there was almost no reward. However, since Zichun had successfully taken control of this place, he had given these true energy realm miners time to rest and cultivate, and also gave them rewards. Zichun's decision naturally puzzled many people, because there were plenty of airborne realm cultivators in the fringe. Every day, there would be airborne realm cultivators from other regions teleporting to this place. There was no need to waste resources on these true energy realm miners. Moreover, the rewards that Zichun gave were not just a few or even dozens of yuan stones, because there were simply too many true energy realm miners in this place. There were so many of them that they could be counted in the hundreds of thousands. There were so many of them that it was unimaginable. Dozens of yuan stones per person per month meant that the total reward for all the miners would be an astronomical figure. Even if the reward was only low-grade yuan stones, it was still a huge expenditure that many major forces would feel pressured by. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Zichun smiled and explained, "There are indeed a lot of Zukong here, but there aren't many who can be of great use. Only those who are personally nurtured are the most loyal. Unfortunately, There are no true energy realm cultivators here. If there were, I would rather spend more time and effort to nurture them from the true energy realm. The meaning of Zi-Chen's words couldn't be more simple, but they had an extremely long-term meaning. If they were to do this, they might not be able to make ends meet in the short term. But in the future, Zi-Chen would have many loyal subordinates by his side and many loyal talents who could be of great use to him. With experts who had surpassed the inner core realm and many loyal subordinates, wasn't this the sign of the rise of an overlord force? The simple explanation allowed the crowd to see the wildness hidden under Zi-Chen's calm expression. This was the ambition to become the 6th overlord force, and even the number 1 overlord force in the future. Lord Zi-Chen. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Come in. In the room, Zi-Chen was discussing something with Wang Qiong and the others. Lord, we have discovered a large army flying towards our area. The intelligence officer came in and reported respectfully. A large army. Zi-Chen frowned slightly. Even the overlord forces were defeated, and there were still people who dared to make a move against them under such circumstances. Yes, a large army is approaching our area, and it looks aggressive. They should be coming with ill intentions. How many inner core realm cultivators are there, and how strong are they? There are only 10 inner core realm cultivators, and they are only at the early inner core realm. If 10 can be considered a large army, could it be that there are other realms? Zi-Chen asked. Yes, there are also thousands of Zukong. The intelligence officer said, respectfully, 10 early inner core realm cultivators and thousands of Zukong. It was indeed a large army. Zi-Chen waved his hand, indicating for the intelligence officer to leave. What do you guys think? Zi-Chen looked at the others in the room. Tyrant, Wu Mo, Haifeng, Wang Qiong, and the others walked in front. Is there a need to think? Let Haifeng lead 30 early inner core realm cultivators. They will be defeated in 1 round, and all of them will be annihilated in 2 rounds. Are those forces stupid? They can't even defeat the inner core realm cultivators, and yet they dare to send Zukong. Are they here to die? Tyrant was the first to speak. Are you still a monk? Killing for no reason. Is it because you have been killing too much recently that you have gone crazy? Zi-Chen joked. When they first came to this barbarian land, Tyrant still had a benevolent side to him. Usually he would only injure and force them to retreat. However, after staying here for a long time, he had developed a murderous intent. In fact, it was not only him. Everyone was changing, including Wang Xian. Of course, she was still as beautiful as when Zi-Chen first saw her, and she hated evil. Zi-Chen ignored Tyrant's suggestion and looked at the others. Wang Qiong shook his head and said, "It is not appropriate for Haifeng to fight." Moreover, the other party only sent Zukong and early inner core realm cultivators, not even middle inner core realm cultivators. Obviously, they want a fair fight. When we faced the overlords, we asked for a fair fight. Now we can't bully the weak. Haifeng nodded. That's right. I also think it is better to send cultivators of the same level. Suddenly, Haifeng seemed to have thought of something and said, logically speaking, they should be scared of us. They shouldn't send people to provoke us. But is this the case now? What? Everyone looked at Haifeng. At the same time, they were confused about why the other forces sent Zukong. I just thought of a rumor about the big forces, but I don't know if it is true or not. Haifeng said, this is the land of chaos. It has been a huge battlefield since 10,000 years ago, and it has been so until now. Every day, there would be many Zukong coming here from various teleportation formations. Although there are battles every day and Zukong would die every day, the rate of death was far slower than the Zukong that came in. Slowly, as the number of Zukong increased, this place felt like it was overcrowded. The more Zukong there are, the more resources would be wasted. It would also invisibly increase the expenses of the big forces and become a burden. Therefore, these big forces would start a battle at a certain time. Although these battles have the purpose of snatching resources from each other, their ultimate goal is to deplete the number of Zukong. Deplete the number of Zukong? Isn't this sending them to their deaths? It's precisely to send them to their deaths. That's because there are simply too many people in the air. Furthermore, most of them are limited by their innate talents and can't advance any further. Before a huge war, such existences are originally a burden that consumes resources. Of course, all of this is just what I've heard, so it can't be taken seriously. Although Haifeng had only heard rumors, it was very reasonable. Just like the overlord forces, they only nurtured existences that broke through to the inner core realm with their own strength. They didn't want ordinary inner core realm existences because they felt that it was a waste of resources. Moreover, when there was no battle, they were a burden. Not only the overlord forces, but also Zichen. Previously, he was still recruiting inner core realm experts with high prices. But now that the battle was basically over, he didn't want ordinary inner core realm experts anymore. In that case, let's send someone of the same level to fight with them. In the end, Zichen said. Wang Qiong nodded and then went out to arrange the manpower. For this battle, Wang Qiong arranged for Wu Lu and 9 other early inner core realm experts to fight. They led 1,000 Zukong to fight with the enemy. In a battle of this level, there was naturally no need to talk about battle formations. It was just a blind slaughter. As the energy surged, large numbers of Zukong fell. Groups of Zukong died. After 15 minutes of fierce fighting, the enemy retreated in defeat. Wu Lu and the others didn't pursue. Battles of this scale occurred frequently in the following days. More Zukong and a small number of inner core realm experts charged towards Zichen's territory. They weren't fighting aimlessly. Instead, they directly attacked the mines that Zichen occupied. As the number of people increased, Zichen's side clearly became more and more strenuous. At the same time, some of the other forces in the outer regions also started to launch effective attacks to fight for Zichen's mines. Chapter 630. The continuous loss of the mineral veins was completely out of Zichen's expectations. Moreover, it was even more difficult to launch such a battle than when he was fighting against inner core experts. Waves of flight army were not to be underestimated. Now, Zichen finally felt the pressure. It was the pressure of fighting against all the forces in the land of chaos alone. In desperation, Zichen could only send Tyrant and the rest to fight. At the same time, he also sent Devil Ape and Longhu out. He also told Longhu that he could detonate his inner core if necessary. This was also a helpless move because there were too many flight army. Once they formed a large-scale joint attack, even inner core experts could be killed. Moreover, there were too many of them. They attacked several places in succession. This forced Wang Qiong to split up more teams. It had to be said that with the participation of Tyrant and the rest, the situation of Zichen's side finally stabilized. Tyrant and the rest were powerful enough to fight against a group of people. They also had early-stage inner core experts who could detonate themselves at any time. This made up for the lack of numbers. However, it was not a good deal to detonate one inner core expert to kill a group of flight army. It was just that if he wanted to establish the 6th overlord force under the eyes of all the other forces, how could he convince them without going through a few battles? The first time he expanded his force, he directly expanded to a range of millions of miles. Before this, it was not obvious. However, once the battle started, there were problems. They occupied too many places, coupled with the fact that they did not have enough flight army members. Zichen's advantage quickly turned into a disadvantage. Apart from the place where Tyrant and the rest were guarding to ensure that the resources would not be lost, some of the original mineral veins were also attacked and looted by the other forces. Although these resources were not that rare, they were still real resources. Our foundation is not stable. We recruited too few flight army members and occupied too much territory. This time, we are facing so many enemies at the beginning of the battle. Naturally, we are no match for them. Now we can only choose to retreat. Wang Qiong smiled bitterly. Zichen was more or less angry. So many forces had sent out flight army members to fight at the same time. It was obvious that the Overlord force was behind this. Their goal was to make him suffer so that things would not go so smoothly. Pull back our forces and then fight steadily and surely. I don't believe that they have an endless number of Zephyr subordinates. Zichen had no choice but to make this decision. Although the battle was still going on and Zichen's side was constantly retreating, the number of casualties was naturally higher than the other major forces. Moreover, the number of casualties was as high as 1 to 2, 1 to 3, or even more. However, the enemy had the advantage in numbers and were not afraid of death. On the other hand, Zichen's side was not. Therefore, even though Zichen's side was outnumbered, Zichen's side had no choice but to retreat. This was the first time in Zichen's history with the Fringe that Zichen had willingly admitted defeat. After abandoning all the resource veins, the cultivators retreated 200,000 li back to defend an area of 800,000 li. 200,000 li away, there was a larger vein that was still in Zichen's hands. The one guarding it was Tyrant. That vein was discovered by the spirit-devouring rats. The resources inside were very valuable. Naturally, they could not just hand it over to others. Thus, Tyrant led a group of cultivators to guard that vein. With him, they had the equivalent of a large number of core energy cultivators. Therefore, after failing to capture that vein several times, they had no choice but to give up. After giving up, they moved on to other veins. As expected of one of the major forces of the Fringe, after so many years, they have actually accumulated so many flight army members. It seems that they have reached the point of being overcrowded. They are purely looking for us to wear us down. Wang Qiong smiled bitterly. According to the map, their forces had retreated by another 500,000 li. During this time, they had lost several more veins. However, they were all small veins. Their harvest was far from being proportional to the number of flight army members who had died. Retreat another 500,000 li. Zichen was expressionless. He only signaled for everyone to retreat. As long as the veins discovered by the spirit-devouring rats were not occupied, Zichen's losses would not be so great. As for the original veins, many of them had been mined for decades. It was not a big deal to lose them. After retreating for 400,000 kilometers, another large mineral vein was exposed in front of everyone, and the one guarding this mineral vein was also Longhu, who had been transferred to this mineral vein before the retreat. Longhu could even kill a mid-stage core realm cultivator. Furthermore, he could control the souls of 20 core realm cultivators. Naturally, he could make this largest vein impregnable. Therefore, after the major forces suffered heavy losses here, they moved on to the next location. Naturally, the places they attacked were still the many veins. The retreat continued. This time, they had retreated another 500,000 li. The third vein that was exposed was guarded by the Devil Ape. As a descendant of the sky-splitting battle ape, the Devil Ape's battle strength was naturally incomparably strong. Adding on its defense and extreme speed, it could attack an entire team by itself. As for Zhang Haotian, Wang Qiong, and the others, they also led the others to guard an area of 500,000 li. This would be Zichen's last line. Both sides would engage in a life-and-death battle here. Zichen stood in the air, looking at the black dots that appeared in the sky like a group of ants. Behind him stood hundreds of flight warriors, but there was not a single core realm cultivator. Zhang Haotian, Wang Qiong, and the others were on other battlefields. Zichen was the only one here. The black dots in front of him approached like ants. All of them transformed into human figures. The leaders were all core realm cultivators, and behind them was a group of flight warriors. As for the number of people, there were at least 5,000, dozens of core realm cultivators, and more than 5,000 flight warriors. Zichen's side only had a few hundred flight warriors. How were they going to fight this battle? The core realm cultivators behind him all had nervous expressions on their faces. Stay where you are and don't move. Kill whoever comes. Zichen's voice rang out in the consciousness of every flight warrior. His calm voice seemed to have some kind of strange, magical power. After the group of people in the air heard it, their nervous mood also eased a lot. They held the spirit weapons in their hands tightly. Although they were still nervous, they were not afraid. The figures in the sky approached, and then rushed over at an extremely fast speed. However, in the next moment, amidst the shocked cries of the flight warriors, Zichen turned into a golden light and rushed toward the army in front of him. He was charging toward an army with the power of one person. Just when everyone thought that the leader had gone crazy, Zichen had already entered the attack range of the army. Kill! You're courting death. Roars rang out in the sky. Then, everyone unleashed powerful attacks. For a moment, the light of many spirit weapons flashed and powerful auras surged. Boom! An explosion sounded in the sky. The void was pierced by countless spirit weapons, and holes appeared one after another. Thousands of spirit weapons appeared in the sky. They whistled like raindrops, flashing with various colors. They carried energy attacks of various strengths as they enveloped Zichen. Once so many attacks landed and hit his body, even Zichen with his perfect body would die without a doubt. Silver light began to flash on his back as the heavenly lightning wings appeared. Just as the overwhelming attacks arrived, the lightning wings on his back flapped and transformed into a two-colored light, instantly disappearing from the spot. Boom! The place where Zichen was previously was drowned by a lot of energy. A huge black hole spread in the void as destructive energy, aura, constantly rippled. This attack clearly didn't hit the other party. Just as everyone was wondering where Zichen had escaped to, they heard screams. These screams came from the front. As they looked over, they discovered a two-colored light flashing around a group of primal core cultivators. The screams came from the primal core cultivators. Every time the two-colored light flashed, a primal core cultivator would scream. After the two-colored light left, the primal core cultivator's body fell from the sky uncontrollably. Falling meant death. Against these early-stage primal core cultivators, Zichen could easily slaughter them. As the screams continued, these primal core cultivators were afraid and planned to escape. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, their consciousness dissipated the next moment before they could escape. Bang! 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 The sound of corpses falling could be heard continuously. Screams also sounded one after another. Almost every second, 2 to 3 primal core cultivators died. After a few seconds, the primal core cultivators were no longer in front of the group of cultivators. Such an extremely fast method of eliminating the enemy left the group of cultivators dumbfounded. However, immediately after, the two-colored light flashed again and disappeared. Then, a series of screams sounded from the army of cultivators. The two-colored light was naturally formed by Zichen. However, after he displayed his extreme speed, the group of cultivators could not see his appearance at all. They could only see the two-colored light flashing. Wherever the light passed, there would be flashes of cold light. Heads flew up one after another, and corpses fell to the ground one after another. Like hailstones falling to the ground, the sound of bodies falling to the ground continued to ring out. Forming a team of cultivators in the air was already very lethal. However, this kind of lethality required a group attack. When Zichen got close, the large number of cultivators in the air was no longer of much use. Even after they reacted, they repeatedly launched more attacks. However, Zichen had extreme speed and could dodge at will. Therefore, under this kind of indiscriminate attack, the ones who died the most were their own people. Under the almost petrified gazes of the hundreds of primal core cultivators behind them, Zichun killed the entire army of cultivators in the air with just his own strength. Under this crazy slaughter, they panicked, and then fled in all directions. They no longer had the slightest bit of combat power. When they fled because they were panicking and did not know where to go, some of the cultivators in the air also ran to where the hundreds of cultivators in the air were. Therefore, the hundreds of cultivators followed Zichun's instructions and began to attack those who were close to them. In this battle, the major forces were completely defeated. In other places, the same scene was playing out. All the cultivators on Zichun's side were mobilized and successfully defended the resource vein within a radius of 500,000 miles. All the forces were defeated and fled. Just as the major forces were defeated, 5 late-stage primal core cultivators appeared in the peripheral area. There were also 4 cultivators in the air. They did not pay attention to the defeated forces and flew straight to where Zichun was. Chapter 631. The group of 9 went straight to the place where Zichun had been stationed. After arriving, they announced that they were looking for Zichun. Zichun was still fighting and was not there. He arranged for people to politely invite these people into his room and then sent someone to report to Zichun. Retreating 500,000 miles and stationing 500,000 miles was Zichun's bottom line. Within this range, he sent out all the experts and used all his combat power. Even the wild wolves that were guarding the teleportation array were called back to fight. Under the full force of Zichun's strength, which had wiped out Dan Yuan's army several times, was fully displayed. For a time, the flying army of the major factions began to crumble and retreat. After knowing his weakness, Zichun did not order his people to pursue. Instead, he continued to station himself here. Before he recruited more flying army, he did not plan to continue expanding his forces. 2 days later, Zichun returned after the major forces were forced to retreat again and stabilize the situation. However, he found that his subordinates, who usually looked at him with respect, were looking at him strangely today. Moreover, their faces were filled with an inexplicable fanaticism and worship. The obvious change in their expressions made Zichun very confused. "Where are the people who are looking for me?" Zichun asked. "They have been taken away by the madam," Dan Yuan, who came to welcome Zichun, said respectfully. "Madam? What madam?" Zichun asked, puzzled. "Of course it's the pavilion master's wife, Miss Xian, or she just called them away." Dan Yuan suddenly smiled. "Who are they? Did Qin Shing and Qin He bring them here?" Zichun asked again. "No, I heard that they are from the Overlord faction," Dan Yuan replied. It had been a long time since the Overlord faction last exchanged. Calculating the time, they should have gathered the second batch of materials and come to exchange. Zichun nodded and asked where they were going. After Dan Yuan told him, Zichun left. Looking at Zichun's departing figure, Dan Yuan hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything and turned to leave as well. Dan Yuan informed Xian, that he had brought them to his residence. This made Zichun very puzzled. At the same time, he was trying to guess who these overlords were. His first guess was that it was Shangguan Bingxi. Among the overlords, she seemed to only know one of them. However, it did not make sense for her to call all of them away just because she knew one. Hence, Zichun walked towards Wang Xian, Er's residence, with doubts in his mind. At the entrance of Xian, Er's residence, Zichun saw the other, transcendent powers. However, out of the 9 that came, he only saw 5 of them. Surprisingly, there was a familiar face among the 5 people. It was Shangguan Bingxi's father, Shangguan Feixiong. Did Bingxi really come? Zichun guessed in his heart and went up to them. Just as he was about to greet Shangguan Feixiong, he saw Shangguan Feixiong waving his hand and gesturing for him to keep quiet. Zichun was puzzled. He walked up to Shangguan Feixiong and stood with them. When the other four saw Ziqin, they smiled awkwardly as a form of greeting. Look at you guys. You don't have the figure or the looks. Even your strength is so weak. You don't even have the qualifications to be a vase. How dare you come here to show off? Just as Ziqin stood up, he heard Wang Xian's voice from the room. You, look at you. How old are you? You're only in the early stage of the Zephyr realm. And you, your face is so white. Are you here to seduce people? In the room, Wang Xian seemed to be scolding others. She kept talking, but there was no rebuttal. What's going on? Ziqin asked softly. Shangguan Feixiong laughed, but didn't say anything. Ziqin looked at the other four again, and they lowered their heads awkwardly. Let me tell you, Ziqin won't like vases like you. He likes useful people like me, beautiful and talented. Wang Xian snorted angrily in the room. Ziqin was even more puzzled when he heard this. However, he knew that this had something to do with him. Naturally, the overlords were here to trade. The 5 of them represented the 5 overlords. Since they were all here, Ziqin called them to the side. Ziqin invited the 5 of them to the living room in his room and poured tea for them. The other 4 stood up and thanked him. Senior, congratulations on your breakthrough. Ziqin was the first to speak after putting down his teacup. You can even kill a middle-stage elixir realm cultivator. If I don't break through soon, I will be suppressed by you in the future. Shangguan Feixiong laughed. Senior, what are you saying? We can suppress anyone, but we can't suppress Senior. Ziqin also laughed. Speaking of the breakthrough, I haven't specially thanked you for saving Bing Shi before this. Furthermore, I was able to break through because of the resources you gave to Bing Shi. Shangguan Feixiong owes you a lot. Senior, please don't say that. Bing Shi and I are friends. It's only right for me to help a friend. Ziqin and Shangguan Feixiong chatted like this while the other 4 listened and laughed along with them. By the way, Senior, what was going on in the room just now? Who was Xian talking to? Ziqin asked. Haha, you mean just now? Shangguan Feixiong couldn't help but laugh again. After that, he explained to Ziqin. It turned out that before they left, the other 4 patriarchs heard Ziqin mention Shangguan Yu in front of him. Therefore, Ziqin gave them an extra drop of blood essence. They were all smart people and naturally knew why. Therefore, they came up with the same plan. Therefore, when they came this time, they specifically instructed the 4 of them to choose the youngest and most beautiful girl in the clan with the most potential to be sent to Ziqin. Obviously, they thought that Ziqin was a romantic and unrestrained person, and was in the prime of his youth, so they were quite fond of this. Indeed, after a round of selection, the 4 patriarchs brought the youngest and prettiest girl in the family. However, after waiting for 2 days, Ziqin didn't come. Instead, they saw Wang Xian who came back early. Wang Xian was very suspicious of the sudden appearance of 4 beautiful girls. She was on her guard. However, after she asked, the 4 patriarchs said confidently that they were Ziqin's wives. Therefore, their words completely enraged Wang Xian. She had never called herself the pavilion master's wife, and this was the first time she used this title. Then she called them away. As for the other 5 patriarchs, they were worried that Wang Xian would do something to them. Therefore, they followed her to the door. Haha, Ziqin, your wife is not bad. She should be Wang Xian, right? I've always heard from Bing Shi that she's tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She's as beautiful as a fairy. Now that I've met her, she's indeed extraordinary. Ziqin rubbed his nose and smiled apologetically. Then he looked at the other 4 patriarchs and said, Your patriarchs must have misunderstood. I've known you for a long time and we're friends. The 4 patriarchs quickly stood up and apologized. We were rash in this matter. Ziqin, You're no longer the same as before. Many of the higher-ups of the forces can recite your deeds backwards. Of course, they know about your relationship with you, however, they're unwilling to accept it and want to take this opportunity to become in-laws with you. Shangguan Fei Xiong laughed loudly again. The 4 patriarchs quickly explained that they weren't. As a result, the slightly tense atmosphere from before also eased up, and the 4 of them were no longer as nervous as before. After the atmosphere had calmed down, it was time for the exchange of items. The 5 patriarchs handed over a list of materials that were densely packed together. Zi Chen looked at the list that they handed over. He was satisfied with the materials on the list. Since he was bored, he casually asked why the patriarchs weren't here. They replied that the patriarchs had gone into seclusion the last time they returned. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. It was obvious that they were in seclusion to refine the blood essence to improve their strength. The reason why both parties could maintain such an equal relationship was because they were wary of the patriarchs. However, if they were to achieve a breakthrough in their strength, the relationship might change. It would change from an equal partnership to a hostile one. The worry in Zi Chen's heart disappeared in a flash. After all, the patriarch's fighting power was very strong. He had once faced 8 people of the same level and killed 2 of them. It wasn't a baseless boast. It was obvious that the 5 overlords had made sufficient preparations for the exchange. They had probably taken out all the materials that they could get. Out of the 41 drops of blood essence that they had exchanged, the remaining 59 drops of blood essence were all exchanged. Of course, the materials that they had taken out for the formation were enough to satisfy Zichen in terms of both quality and quantity. The 4 overlords had exchanged 11 drops of blood essence each, and the remaining 15 drops were all exchanged by Shangguan Feixiong. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that Zichen had purposely gone easy on them. Shangguan Feixiong's motive for coming this time should be to go easy on someone he was familiar with. After successfully exchanging the items, the patriarchs naturally didn't stay any longer and bade farewell. Of course, when they left, they brought their own people with them. It had to be said that the 4 beauties that the overlords had carefully selected were all pretty good. Their figures were slim, their skin was like jade, and they were young and beautiful. They were completely different from what Wang Xian I had described in the room previously. You are so reluctant to part with them. Could it be that you still want them to stay? Wang Xian, Er's voice sounded from behind Zichen. Am I reluctant to part with them? Zichen turned his head and laughed. No, your eyes are about to pop out. Wang Xian pouted. Am I? I am just sending Senior Shangguan off with my eyes. Humph, you are quibbling. Do I still need to quibble? They don't have the figures, and I didn't even see their faces. They don't have the strength either. What do I want them for? To be a vase? Zichen looked at Wang Xian, and said glibly, Even if I want a vase, I only want you. You mean that I am a useless vase? Of course not. You are the most useful vase. Then you are still a vase. Wang Xian was in a good mood, and her jealousy disappeared in this noisy way of communication that was exclusive to young couples. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 of them walked into Zi Chen's room hand in hand. The sky was getting dark, and there were only 2 people in the room. In such a situation where a man and a woman were alone in a room, it seemed like something was going to happen. Chapter 632. A single man and a single woman in a room. Under such circumstances, something wonderful should indeed happen. Unfortunately, before the atmosphere between the 2 parties could become ambiguous, before an extremely wonderful environment could be created, a hurried and anxious voice sounded from outside the door in this gradually darkening sky. Zichen, you must avenge my brother. This was a familiar voice. It came from Qin He. Previously, he and Qin Xing had brought the resources back to the barbarian land. Qin He, what happened? Hearing Qin He's voice, Zi-chun came out. Wang Xianer followed, closely behind. Qin He stood outside the door. When he returned, he and his brother had brought the resources and wore a defensive inner armor. It could be said that he was returning home in glory, but now his clothes were in tatters. The inner armor was long gone. It was as if someone had robbed him. Zhu clan. It was the Zhu clan who kidnapped my brother and stole our resources. Zi-chin, you must avenge my brother. Qin He said agitatedly. Don't be anxious. Come in and talk. Zi-chin pulled Qin He in. Wang Xianer poured some water for him and gestured for him to calm down and not be anxious. Qin He drank 3 cups of water in succession. His agitated emotions had also calmed down. Then he recounted everything that had happened when he returned to the barbarian land. It turned out that the place where the teleportation formation had sent them back was not far from the teleportation formation that they had left. The moment the 2 brothers appeared, before they could return to the clan, they were discovered by the Elixir Realm cultivators guarding the teleportation formation. Without saying a word, these Elixir Realm cultivators attacked them. The 2 of them were only at the great fulfillment of the Zephyr Realm. Although they had undergone a blood essence baptism, their combat power was not as strong as Wang Shan and the rest. Other than the fact that the 2 of them were relatively weaker in terms of inherited battle techniques, it was also because of their limited potential. Although the 2 of them were demon-like geniuses of the Qin clan, they were not proficient in combat. Instead, they were proficient in alchemy, just like the rest of the Qin clan. It was just that compared to the ordinary Qin clan members who were proficient in alchemy, their combat power was still outstanding. There were a total of 5 primordial core cultivators fighting against the 2 of them. One of them was comparable to Wu Lu in terms of battle prowess, and had already reached the peak of the early primordial core realm. Therefore, after a long battle, the 2 of them were ultimately unable to win and were captured. Originally, they had wanted to kill the 2 of them directly. However, during the battle earlier, the 2 of them had continuously consumed yuan liquids to fight in an extravagant manner. This had given rise to the idea of only capturing and not killing them. After they were caught, they robbed them. Seeing that the 2 of them had a lot of good things, they were naturally very shocked, so they took the 2 of them back. They didn't expect that the 2 of them were from Zhu Zizong's Zhu family, so they were severely beaten and interrogated. Of course, the 2 of them wouldn't betray Zi-chin, but they didn't want to die either. Hence, they tricked them into joining one of the major forces in the Bedlam lands and obtained some ancient beast blood essence. This time they came back to the Bedlam lands to find someone to refine pills for them. There was falsehood in the truth and truth in the falsehood. With such a deceptive technique, the Zhu family had no choice but to believe it. Hence, after some discussion, they decided to have one of the 2 of them return and use some ancient beast blood essence to ransom the other. If he didn't come back, then the other person would die without a doubt. Hence, the 2 brothers had an intense argument over who should stay behind. In the end, the older brother, Qin Xing, stayed behind, while Qin He was released. Zi-chin, you must avenge my brother. Qin He said agitatedly. Avenge? What avenge? Aren't you going to use something to ransom him? Wang Xianer asked, puzzled. Yes, but I'm afraid that they'll go back on their word. Qin He said honestly. Zhu family of Ling Yao. Zi-chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. The hatred hidden in his heart was awakened, just like that. Back then, when he was in the land of savages, he had neither strength nor backing. He had always been passive. Even when he was leaving, he was assassinated by Dan Yuan. Now that he had both strength and influence, he planned to settle the matter here before returning to the land of savages. However, he didn't expect that the other party would make the first move. Qin He, don't worry. I will definitely ransom Qin Xing. Zi-chun comforted Qin He. After that, he shouted at the door, Men. My lord, a Dan Yuan cultivator walked in. Go and tell Wang Qiong to launch an attack immediately. Kill all the invading flight troops. Don't leave a single one alive. This battle must end quickly. Yes. Also, ask Wang Qiong to find someone to inform Tyrant and Longhu to attack with all their might and kill all those who are trying to escape. Also, they don't need to defend the mineral vein anymore. After killing all the invaders, we can gather here directly. Zichen said coldly. Yes, my lord. Dan Yuan left. After sending the order, Zichen realized that Wang Xian'er and Qin he were looking at him. He explained, the Zhu family must have their reasons for guarding the teleportation array. We need to plan this carefully. Qin he. What's the situation in the land of savages? I'm not too sure. We were captured after we went there. Qin he lowered his head in shame. Wang Qiong was currently the chief commander of Zichen's forces. He had more than 8,000 flight troops and more than 80 Dan Yuan. Every day he would engage in fierce battles with the flight troops of the major forces. Of course, this battle was mainly to train the troops. Both sides stopped when necessary. When the major forces saw that most of their men were dead, they began to retreat. Wang Qiong didn't pursue them. Both sides continued to waste time. Soon, Zichen's order reached here. What? Kill them all? End the battle quickly? Wang Qiong stood up from his chair and looked at Dan Yuan in disbelief. Lord Zichen wants to kill them all immediately. Also, he wants you to contact Lord Monk and Lord Longhu and ask them to launch an attack immediately. After killing all the enemies, there's no need to stay there anymore. Go back immediately, Dan Yuan said. I understand. You may leave. Wang Qiong waved his hand. Dan Yuan left respectfully. Why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen? Wang Qiong was puzzled. He didn't think much about this problem and summoned the spirit-devouring rats. Wang Qiong, what's the matter? The spirit-devouring rats crawled out from the ground. Go and tell Longhu and Monk to kill all the enemies and then come back to meet me, Wang Qiong said. Now, but it's already dark. Can't we do it tomorrow? The spirit-devouring rats asked. Wang Qiong shook his head and said, No, we have to do it now. Something seems to have happened to Zichen. Okay, I'll go now. After saying that, the spirit-devouring rats disappeared from the ground. After the spirit-devouring rats left, Wang Qiong gathered the army and prepared for the final battle. Thousands of Yukong and Dan Yuan warriors gathered in less than 5 minutes. Zhang Haotian also appeared in time. What happened? Why do we have to fight at night? Zhang Haotian asked in confusion. We'll talk about this later. Today's battle is also the last battle. Go and assassinate those Dan Yuan warriors first. Try to make them chaotic. Then we'll attack and try to minimize the casualties. Zhang Haotian nodded and then disappeared into the night with the stone sword. There were still a lot of people in the enemy's army because they were sent by almost all the forces except the overlords. Although there were not many Dan Yuan warriors, the Yukong army could definitely be called an army. Looking at the number of deaths per day, we should be able to hold on for another month. After a month, we just need to bring a small number of people back. That's right. This time, the barbarians have retreated 500,000 miles. Our mission is basically complete. The next step is to exhaust ourselves. Not only do we exhaust ourselves, but we also exhaust the barbarians. In their temporary residence, a few Dan Yuan leaders were drinking and talking about the battle during the day. These barbarians really can't be underestimated. With just a few Yukong warriors, they managed to establish a force in the Bedlam lands in just a few months. Moreover, they wiped out the entire Dan Yuan army several times. Even the overlords suffered losses. This is all because of that expert who has surpassed the Dan Yuan realm. If there wasn't such an expert, the barbarians would have been slaughtered last time. This barbarian is truly a lucky bastard. He actually has such an expert protecting him. So what if they have such an expert? They can only kill Dan Yuan, but they can't kill the Yukong army that we brought. Just as they were chatting, they suddenly felt a chill. Before they could react, there was a blinding light flashing in the room. The dim room suddenly became as bright as day, and a monstrous killing intent emerged from the light. The sword light flashed and blood splattered. 4 Dan Yuan experts widened their eyes in shock and fell into a pool of blood, completely silent. Who is it? Such a killing intent naturally alarmed the Dan Yuan experts in the other rooms. Amidst the exclamations, a group of Dan Yuan experts flew out. Then they saw a man in black holding a sword, walking out of the room in front of them. Their vision was not obstructed in the dark night, and they saw fresh blood dripping from the stone sword. Boom! As soon as the man in black walked out, the room behind him exploded and turned into dust. Damn it, it's the barbarians. Kill! The other Dan Yuan experts reacted and rushed toward the man in black with their Dan weapons. In the dark night, the man in black was like a ghost. His figure disappeared in an instant, and the attacks of the Dan weapons missed. When he reappeared, he was already behind one of the Dan Yuan experts. The stone sword in his hand shone, and like lightning, it slashed across the neck of the Dan Yuan expert. After a light sound, a line of blood soared into the sky. After killing the enemy with one strike, his figure flashed again and disappeared like a ghost. Then he stuck closely behind another Dan Yuan expert. The stone sword flashed again, and another head flew into the sky. His figure flashed, and the stone sword flashed 5 times. After killing 5 Dan Yuan experts, panic began to spread in the hearts of the other Dan Yuan experts. The other party was like a ghost, formless and silent. Every time he appeared behind Dan Yuan, the stone sword in his hand could take a life every time it flashed. However, their attacks couldn't even touch the corner of the other party's clothes. Run! Just as the panic spread to a limit, the Dan Yuan experts fled out of fear. As soon as the Dan Yuan experts fled, the Yukong army was naturally in chaos. A deafening battle cry was heard, and Wang Qiong arrived with the Yukong army. The radiance of the spirit weapon had already lit up the dark night, and all kinds of sounds began to be heard. The intense battle lasted from night to dawn, and the forces of the major forces fled hundreds of thousands of miles away by Yukong. However, their escape route was blocked by Longhu and the monk. When they saw the murderous monk, Longhu and the others, they lost their will to fight and were completely defeated. Therefore, after half a day of killing, the Yukong army sent by the major forces was completely annihilated. Chapter 633. After a day and a night, they defeated the major forces and eliminated all future troubles. Everyone gathered and rushed back to their original encampment. Zi Chun had been waiting there for a long time. What happened? After seeing Zi Qin, everyone began to ask one after another. Let Qin He tell you. Zi Qin called Qin He over. Everyone was surprised by Qin He's appearance. Then Qin He told them everything that happened in the savage land. What? How dare they steal our things? Everyone was furious when they heard that. They could steal from whoever they wanted without any scruples. Moreover, they were about to become a major force. They had more than 100 Dan essence cultivators and more than 10,000 Urealm cultivators. No one here would dare to steal from them. Who would have thought that someone from the savage land would steal from them? Furthermore, Qin Xing had been taken hostage. This was truly intolerable. Everyone listened to Qin He's narration of the entire situation with anger. Qin He sat down after he finished speaking. Everyone had already gathered to discuss the solution. He was no longer as agitated as before. What do you think? Zi Qin sat at the head and looked at the others. Is there even a need to wait and see? Just bring a bunch of Dan essence cultivators over there and slaughter the Zhu clan first. Then we'll destroy the Tsang and Li clans. After that, we'll exterminate the martial sect and Chu clan. Finally, We'll step into Letian City and wave our arms to announce to the world that I, Ziqin, have returned. This was a good suggestion. Even Wu Mo and Miao Kong were tempted. They were no longer the same as before. Naturally, they did not mind going back to clean up the mess. Tyrant was also excited. However, he was very dissatisfied when he looked at Wang Shan. It was as if he was blaming Wang Shan for saying what he wanted to say first. Ziqin chose to ignore Wang Shan and looked at Wang Qiong. During this time, Wang Qiong was frowning. "What do you think?" Ziqin asked. Wang Qiong pondered for a moment and said something might have happened in the savage land. Ziqin nodded. After hearing Qin He's words, he also had the same guess. Something happened? How is that possible? Everyone was confused. If nothing had happened, why would there be 5 primal core experts guarding the teleportation array? Wang Qiong asked, "What's so strange about that? Maybe they want to kill some genius again. When brother-in-law came here, didn't he also get attacked by several Dan origin stage experts?" Wang Shan said, "That's not the same. Back then, those primal core experts were sent out by the various major powers. However, these 5 primal core experts are clearly from the Zhu family. The Zhu family originally only had a few primal core experts, but they actually sent out 5 to guard the teleportation array," Ziqin said. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. This is already very suspicious, but there are still other suspicious points. Everyone's gaze once again fell on Wang Qiong. When we first came to the fringe, the elders of our family had warned us time and time again that we must be very careful and not provoke others when we are outside, lest we get into trouble. Wang Qiong looked at everyone and continued. In the eyes of the elders of our family, the people of the fringe are like scourges. There is no hurry to avoid them. However, when Qin Xing returned with the resources, the Zhu family actually snatched them away. Isn't that strange? That's not strange, is it? Qin Xing carried the resources with him and used liquefied yuan during the battle. Anyone would be tempted, Wang Shan said. Then, when we were in the inner region, did you dare to snatch the things of the major powers? Wang Qiong's question left Wang Shan speechless. At that time, he had no strength or influence. Naturally, he didn't dare to snatch them. Even if they did, they would have killed him to silence him and destroy the evidence. However, the Zhu family sent Qin He back to ransom him with the resources. What's going on? There are 2 possibilities. First, they were blinded by greed and became idiots. Second, they have a backup plan that doesn't fear the retaliation of the major powers, Tyrant said this time. How is that possible? How many experts does the Zhu family have? How could they have a backup plan that could resist a major power? Everyone exclaimed. No one would believe this. As for the possibility that the 5 of them were idiots, naturally, no one would believe it. Although this is just our guess, it shouldn't be wrong. Something has happened in the barbarian land, and it must be something big. This can be seen from the fact that they haven't been teleported here through the air for a long time. Previously, I was careless. Letting the 2 brothers go back alone was a mistake. Ziqin finally spoke. So, this time, we must be careful when we return. Don't be careless. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Everyone nodded. The Zhu family has become stronger. They might be able to suppress the other families. Our Wang family might have already suffered. No, I have to go back. Wang Shan stood up immediately. Yeah, why didn't I think of this? Since they dared to attack us brothers, they must have already attacked our Qin family. Damn it, Qin, he said with a face full of regret. After that, everyone looked uneasy. Wang Xian, Er's expression was the most obvious. Brother-in-law, tell us, how should we kill our way back? Wang Shan became very agitated. Everyone looked at Ziqin. This place has just started. It's unrealistic to send everyone back. Moreover, no one knows what happened in the savage land and what dangers await us. So, I will only bring a few people back, Ziqin said in a deep voice. I'll go back with you. My brother will stay, Wang Shan said hurriedly. Zichen looked at Wang Shan and said, You stay. Wang Qiong has to stay too. What? Brother-in-law you? Wang Shan looked at Zichen in confusion. You stay here to supervise the construction of our force. Wang Qiong will stay here to control the situation in case the other forces send another attack. Zhang Haotian will stay here to protect LV Peng. Wu Mo will stay too. I'll bring Miao Kong back. Xian will follow me as well. Zi Chen continued to instruct. Long Hu will bring the early stage of the Dan core realm with me. I will also bring the spirit devouring rats with me. As for the devil ape, it will follow me as well. As they got along with each other, Zi Chen's prestige grew. His words were unquestionable orders. No matter how unwilling Wang Shan was, he could not refute Zi Chen. Zi Chen's arrangement was indeed reasonable. What about me? Monk finally spoke. After such a long time, he was the only one left. Looking at Monk, Zi Chen hesitated. He was in a dilemma. It was best to bring such a powerful force with him. However, if Monk left, only Zhang Haotian would be left. If something happened, he would not be able to handle it. You stay, Zi Chen finally said after a moment of hesitation. No, definitely not. Monk refuted directly. You bring people back to show off your heroic character. You will be the center of attention and be admired by everyone. Leave me here to drink the wind. The only one present who dared to refute Zi Chen without restraint was Tyrant. You'd better stay. If anything happens, you and Zhang Haotian can take care of each other, Zi Chen said after thinking seriously. Monk was obviously unwilling. However, it was impossible for everyone to leave. Someone had to stay behind to take charge. He muttered that Zi Chen would show off his kingly return, but he did not refute. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded in Zi Chen's mind. All right, you come with me, Zi Chen said again. Monk's dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. Then his eyes lit up. If not for Wang Xian, he would have pounced on Zi Chen. Time was of the essence. The longer they stayed, the more danger Qin Xing would be in. Therefore, after a discussion at night, they decided to leave the next day. The next day, the sky had just brightened. When everyone appeared, they saw Zi Chen standing in the square. Sir. Wolf appeared from the horizon and stopped in front of Zi Chen. He had flown back overnight after receiving Zi Chen's order. Come with me later. Zi Chen nodded. Looking at Monk and the others beside Zi Chen, Wolf did not say anything. He stood behind Zi Chen. Long Hu and Demon Ape arrived soon after. There were also 20 early-stage primal core cultivators. Everyone is here. Can we leave now? Wang Xian was wearing a white dress. She was walking side by side with Zi Chen. She was nervous and excited at the same time. Wait a little longer. Soon, a young man appeared in the horizon. He was slightly chubby and had short hair. He was Zhang Tong, who only knew 3 strikes. Zhang Tong went straight to Zi Chen. Obviously, he was going to go with them. Although everyone was confused, they did not ask. Then, more figures appeared in the horizon. There were more than 10 of them. The leader was Wu Lu, who had joined them last. Sir Zi Chen. When the group arrived, they all bowed. All right, everyone is here. It's time for us to leave. After bidding farewell to Wang Qiong and the others, the group flew towards the teleportation formation. Zhang Haotian and Wang Shan flew in the opposite direction. Wang Qiong stood guard here and watched the group disappear. This time, Zi Chen only brought Wolf, who was a mid-stage primal core cultivator. However, he brought more than 40 early-stage primal core cultivators. Among them, 30 were ordinary primal core cultivators. 20 of them were controlled by Long Hu and Long Hu's soul consciousness. The other 10 were planted with Zi Chen's soul seed art. As his strength increased, Zi Chen's spiritual consciousness became stronger. Therefore, the number of primal core cultivators he could control increased. Next were Monk and the others. There were also the 14 early-stage primal core cultivators brought by Wu Lu. They had all gone through the heavenly lightning tribulations on their own. They were very powerful. As for the ordinary primal core cultivators, they had also died in the previous battles. After the baptism of blood and fire, their loyalty had increased significantly. The land of chaos was vast and boundless. 1,000,000 miles was equivalent to an insignificant grain of rice. Just the outer region alone was tens of millions of miles. Using the slowest early-stage primal core cultivators in the group as the standard, they flew for 2 days and 2 nights before arriving at the teleportation formation. The people Wolf brought were still here. When they saw Zi Chen's group, they all came over to greet them. In front of them was a spacious plaza. The ground was covered with gravel. There were many high platforms in the plaza. Each platform had a large teleportation formation. Chapter 634. At first glance, the number of slots on the teleportation formation was close to 1,000. It would be a big mistake to think that it was the same as the teleportation formation. Low-grade vitality stones could be used to activate the teleportation formation, but upper-grade vitality stones had to be used for the return. 1,000 upper-grade vitality stones was nothing to Zichen, but it was undoubtedly a huge number for the other Zephyr Realm cultivators or those in the early stage of the Inner Core Realm. Miao Kong and Qin, he quickly filled the groove with essence stones. Then the transmission array lit up with resplendent rays of light. The teleportation formation was not big and could only accommodate a few people at a time. If this group of people wanted to be teleported over, they would have to teleport at least 10 times. This represented 10,000 upper-grade vitality stones. Zichen was in the first batch of people to be teleported over. Other than him, there was also Wang Xian, Longhu, Devil Ape, and Qin He. With a flash of light, the 5 of them appeared. But before they could see the situation around them, laughter came from afar. "It's the kid from the Qin clan. Haha, you really kept your word. Did you use the ancient beast's blood essence to ransom them?" The 5 Inner Core Realm cultivators guarding the teleportation formation had already seen Zichen and his group. "Is it them?" Zichen asked indifferently. "Yes, it's the 5 of them." Qin, he pointed at the 5 of them and became very agitated. "Io, you little Zephyr Realm cultivators even brought helpers. Let me see what kind of people they are." Laughter came again. One of the Inner Core Realm cultivators sneered. "So it's 2 demonic beasts and 2 humans." Seeing the formation of Zephyr Realm cultivators on Zichen's side, the disdain in their eyes grew. Then the 5 of them took the initiative to fly over with hostility. "You guys are from the Zhu clan." Chen looked at the 5 of them. "Hee, a little Zephyr Realm cultivator dares to be so disrespectful to us. You guys are indeed the same kind of people." The Inner Core Realm cultivators sneered and approached. "We have brought the ancient beast's blood essence. How is Qin Xing?" Zichen asked again. "Since you've brought the essence blood, you can stay here. As for you guys, you can follow us to the Zhu family as hostages. You can go back to the Qin family again." The 5 Dan elementals were less than 300 meters away from Zichen. The second group of people had already stepped onto the teleportation array and appeared beside Zichen in a flash of light. Among this group of people, there was the monk, Miao Kong, Zhang Tong, and 2 other primordial core experts. The teleportation array could accommodate 5 to 8 people at a time. For safety reasons, only 5 people were allowed to come at a time. Zichen's side suddenly had 5 more people. 3 in the early stage of the Primal Core Realm and 2 in the Great Circle of the Zephyr Realm. This caused the 5 from the Zhu clan to be startled, and then they stopped in the air. "Brat, from the Qin clan, I asked you to bring your blood essence to redeem your brother. You actually dared to bring an ancestor-level expert here. Could it be that you don't want your brother's life anymore? A Dan essence cultivator shouted. Hand over the blood essence and let them step onto the teleportation array and leave quickly. Otherwise, you can just wait to collect your brother's corpse, another Dan essence cultivator said. The 5 of them moved to the side at the same time, leaving the teleportation array to leave the barbarian land. It was here that Zi Chun was besieged by several Dan essence cultivators. If he had not been careful and used a clone, he would have died long ago. Hearing the other party's words, Zi Chen was even more convinced that they were from the barbarian land. This was because only the people here would call Dan essence cultivators the ancestor level. This level was a sect leader here. They thought that with 5 Dan essence cultivators, they would not be afraid of the 3 on the other side. Therefore, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they chose to intimidate and threaten. At this moment, the teleportation array flashed again, and the 3rd teleportation arrived. This time, 5 Dan essence cultivators appeared directly. Although they were all ordinary Dan essence cultivators, 5 of them appearing at the same time was enough to intimidate the 5 on the other side. 8 of them. The expression of the Dan essence cultivator of the Zhu clan had already changed. On the other side of the teleportation array, looking at such a slow teleportation method, Wild Wolf was somewhat dissatisfied. He shouted, "You guys move aside. Let me do it, lest the Lord has to wait for too long." The Dan essence cultivator retreated, and Wild Wolf stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 upper-grade vitality stones appeared. With Wild Wolf's stable control of vitality, they fell steadily into the groove. Okay, a group of people go in. After Wild Wolf finished speaking, the 5 Dan essence cultivators walked into the teleportation array. The next moment, light flashed, and a strong surge of spiritual energy surged. The energy contained in the 1,000 upper-grade vitality stones was instantly absorbed by the teleportation array, and the 5 of them disappeared. Wild Wolf waved his hand again, and another 1,000 vitality stones fell. Another 5 people went in. The time it took from beginning to end was less than 2 breaths. As a result, the teleportation speed of the group was greatly increased. Correspondingly, more and more powerful cultivators were teleported over. The expressions of the 5 Dan essence cultivators of the Zhu clan changed again and again. In the end, they became pale. How many? Their voices began to tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their teeth were chattering. More than 20, the Dan essence beside them said in a trembling voice. Is it necessary? It's just some blood essence. Is it necessary to send so many people to get back at us? The strongest of the 5, Dan essence, stuttered. They could only watch as the light flashed in front of them, and wave after wave of master-level cultivators appeared. What should we do? The 5 of them had no idea. They looked at each other, looking at the more than 10 master-level cultivators surrounding them. One of them said carefully, "How about we send a signal to ask for help?" The 5 of them did not want to see master-level cultivators appear in front of them, because they were already surrounded. They did not dare to escape or fight. They could only stick together and look at the area in front of them that was not surrounded by master-level cultivators. Are you stupid? If we send a signal now, do you want us to die faster? The strongest Dan essence cultivator of the Zhu clan glared at the Dan essence beside him. At this moment, a turbulent aura descended. The moment the 5 of them felt this aura, the fear in their eyes intensified. They were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. This is the aura of a mid-stage Dan essence cultivator. The 5 of them were shocked. Although they called Dan essence cultivators as master-level cultivators, it was only limited to the early stage of Dan essence. As for mid-stage Dan essence cultivators, they naturally had to call them by their normal names. Could it be that this brat called the strongest cultivators in their forces? But so many people, just for that little bit of ancient beast blood essence? The 5 of them were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They did not know the true value of ancient beast blood essence, not to mention that it was enough to hire a few dozen Dan essence cultivators. Even if it was doubled or tripled, it would still be enough. Wild Wolf was the last batch to appear. Just when the 5 of them thought that he was the leader, this mid-stage Dan essence cultivator actually walked up to Yukong and respectfully called him Lord. A mid-stage Dan essence cultivator calling a late-stage Yukong Lord seemed to go against the rule of the strong. Just when the 5 of them were confused, Yukong, who was called Lord, was already walking towards them. "You guys are from the Zhu clan?" Zichen walked up and asked calmly. Yes, we are from the Zhu clan. Let's talk nicely, let's talk nicely." The 5 of them quickly nodded. It was the same question as before, but this time Zichen's tone was even calmer. However, the 5 of them not only answered quickly, but also humbly. "We brought the ancient beast blood essence. How is Qin Xing?" Zichen asked again. Facing the calm Zichen, the 5 of them were even more terrified. They said in horror, "Alive, he's still alive. I'll take you guys there now. We don't want the ancient beast blood essence anymore." Zichen only smiled when he heard this. He then shook his head and said, "I'm not satisfied with your straightforward answers. We're telling the truth. Really, Qin Xing is really alive." The 5 of them had a bad feeling. "Tie them up and interrogate them properly. You'll be in charge of Qin He," Zichen said calmly. With Yilang, a mid-stage primal core cultivator, Wu Lu, a peak early-stage primal core cultivator, and dozens of early-stage primal core cultivators, the 5 of them didn't even have the courage to fight back. Just like that, their primal core cultivators were sealed and tied up. The next step was naturally to plunder. Qin, he rummaged through the 5 spirit rings and carefully counted the items inside. After checking, Qin, he said to Zichen, each of them only had a dozen drops of ancient beast blood essence, and there wasn't much yuan liquid either. Only 10% of the total amount was lost. "Then interrogate them and find out where they went," Zichen said calmly. Although he had a lot of ancient beast essence blood and ancient beast materials and didn't care about these things couldn't be taken away by just anyone. He had to get them back. And now, besides searching for traces of the essence blood, the main reason for this torture was to vent Qin He's anger. As for the whereabouts of the blood essence, Zichen believed that as long as he destroyed the Zhu clan, it would all appear. The 5 of them, whose Dan Yuan had been sealed, were just like ordinary mortals. Other than their slightly stronger bodies, they did not have any other advantages. Qin, he gave them a taste of their own medicine. The 5 of them quickly emitted a series of miserable screams as Qin, he gave them a taste of their own medicine. The others were indifferent, allowing the miserable cries to reverberate. During this time, Qin, he would ask them all kinds of questions, including how Qin Xing was doing and why they had appeared here to guard the transportation formation. Previously, the 5 of them didn't really cooperate. They only talked about Qin Xing and didn't know anything else. Even under Qin He's torture, they refused to say anything. On the side, Wu Lu shook her head and said to Qin He, "You're still too merciful." After saying that, Wu Lu took out her pill weapon and stabbed a bloody hole in each of the 5 of them. The 5 of them let out miserable cries. Qin He's eyes widened, while the other primal core cultivators only laughed sinisterly. After stabbing them once, Wu Yulian did not say anything. She picked up her pill weapon and stabbed them one by one again. 2 bloody holes appeared on each of the 5 of them, and blood flowed out. Just as Qin he was dumbfounded, Wu Lu stabbed them a 3rd time and then a 4th time. "I'll talk, we'll talk." After stabbing them 4 times, Wu Lu didn't say anything. Just as she was about to silently stab them a 5th time, All 5 of them opened their mouths. Ask. Wu Lu held her pill weapon and said one word to Qin He. Why do we have to guard the transportation formation? Qin He began to ask. Chapter 635. The 5 of them told him everything they knew. 15 minutes later, Qin He repeated the information to Ziqin. The purpose of guarding the teleportation formation is to prevent people from leaving. Could it be that many people want to leave now? Ziqin frowned. It's chaotic here. Various forces are at war. Many cultivators want to escape, but with them guarding, no one can leave. Qin He's expression was a little unnatural. He just received news from the 5 of them that the Qin clan was attacked by the 5 from the Zhu clan. Danyang City had fallen, and this news came from half a month ago. Other than that, the Lu clan and the Wang clan were also attacked by other forces. Ziqin nodded and said, All right, since it's chaotic, there's no harm in making it more chaotic. Let's solve everything one by one. Let's go save Qin Xing first. Under the guidance of the 5, everyone set off to find Qin Xing. During this time, Wang Xian kept holding onto Ziqin's hand. Her jade hand was cold, and her face was pale. Don't worry. Didn't they say that the Wang clan inherited the battle techniques of the Wuji sect? With such strength, they are the best among the major forces. Nothing will happen. Ziqin patted Wang Xian, his hand to comfort her. Wang Xian was in a bad mood, so Ziqin naturally wouldn't laugh. Therefore, the whole team was silent. The team was filled with a murderous aura. The 5 Zhu clan's Dan origin stage cultivators were terrified and started to let their imaginations run wild. Ziqin, your Ziqin, the little guy from the Nimbus martial ancestor. Suddenly, one of the Dan origin stage cultivators remembered something and exclaimed. His expression was one of shock. Hearing the exclamation, Ziqin didn't even turn his head and ignored the other party. It's him, it's really him. The little guy with Jinchi back, then, is now the leader of a group of experts. The shock on the Dan origin stage cultivator's face was even more intense. Ziqin's name was not unfamiliar in the barbarian lands. In fact, it was a household name. In the past, he had always done things that shook the barbarian lands. From the sect masters to the young children, there was almost no one who did not know his name. Ever since the destruction of the Nimbus martial ancestor, he had been hunted down by powerful cultivators. His portrait had once been plastered all over the barbarian lands where human cultivators lived. However, even such a large-scale movement did not manage to kill Ziqin. Instead, it made him braver as he fought. In the end, he grew to the point where all the forces feared him. In the end, it was also because of him that all the major powers' disciples were forced to enter seclusion for a year and were forbidden from leaving the fringe. In the end, Ziqin disappeared completely, suspected to have gone to the fringe. Who would have thought that after a few years, not only did the other party not die outside, but he also returned with a group of powerful experts. After this exclamation, the other 4 people clearly remembered who Ziqin was, and the fear on their faces became even more intense. As expected, the other party had grown to the point where they trembled in fear. Ha, you recognize Ziqin, but you don't recognize me? There's something wrong with your eyesight. The monk suddenly turned around and shouted at the 5 of them. The evil good and evil monk was also famous back then. He was one of the first people to be recognized as a monster. At that time, Ziqin was only barely qualified as a genius. However, Ziqin had appeared out of nowhere and grown at a straight line, completely overshadowing the monk. You're the evil good and evil monk. You've actually all returned. The 5 of them were naturally shocked because they could vaguely guess the other people's identities. Haha, of course. The reason I left back then was for the return of the king. The monk was very satisfied with their expressions and laughed complacently. The 5 of them had already lost all hope. They had originally thought that there was still room for negotiation, but after learning the other party's identity, they knew that it was impossible. Under the threat of their lives, the 5 of them did not dare to make any mistakes and pointed out where Qin Shing was. It was not the Zhu family of Spirit Brilliant City, but a small town not far away. This was originally a small town under the jurisdiction of the Qin family, but now it was completely under the control of the Zhu family. Along the way, Wang Xian. Er's face was pale and her eyes were filled with pity. Her cold, jade-like hands held onto Zi Chen tightly. Zi Chen's brows were also tightly knitted. The monk's face was already filled with anger, and the others' expressions were not much different from theirs. Along the way, the air was filled with the stench of rotting corpses and bones. Along the way, corpses could be seen everywhere, and most of them were old, young, sick, and disabled. Among them, Zi Chen even saw a few corpses of infants, wrapped in thin, swaddling clothes. Other than that, along the way, they could occasionally see skinny and indifferent people who looked like walking corpses. They were all ordinary people who were fleeing for their lives. When they saw the corpses on the side of the road, they were expressionless and looked like walking corpses. However, when they saw that Zi Chen and the rest were obviously dressed as cultivators, they showed obvious respect and fear. Of course, there was also a trace of deep resentment hidden in the depths of their eyes. How long has the war been going on? Zi Chen's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed as he asked plainly. There was no longer any trace of joy on his face. More than a year. A trembling voice with elixir core came from behind. Zi Chen did not seem to have heard the voice behind him. He only said plainly, "The land of the barbarians is lacking in resources and spiritual energy. Ferocious beasts and demonic beasts are rampant. To cultivators, these can be called resources. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, these are all disasters. During peacetime, they can't even guarantee 3 basic meals a day. Every day, the happiest thing for them is to be able to eat 3 meals a day. In order to achieve this goal, which is not the goal of others, they work hard and live happily and painstakingly." Everyone listened in silence. When I was young, I lived in a small mountain village. As it was remote and there were no valuable things around, no one looked after it. An old village chief was the most prestigious person in the village. The villagers hunted for a living. Death and injury were the most normal things. Every day, the most common thing to hear at home was the cries of people separated by life and death. The thing that the villagers worried about the most every day was the problem of food. Everyone looked at Zi Chen. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard Zi Chen talk about his background. The villagers hunted every day to barely make a living. Although everyone's lives were difficult, they all had smiles on their faces every day. At that time, the old village chief said that there was only hope if there was laughter. Life was simple and repeated 1,000 times. There were hardships and laughter. However, one day this kind of life suddenly changed. In the mountains, a ferocious beast that had been injured by the villagers suddenly transformed into a ferocious beast. It was originally ferocious, but it also became even more ferocious. One day, it broke into this remote village. When Zi Chen spoke until here, Miao Kong recalled the scene when he first saw Zi Chen. A thin and weak youth with tattered clothes and bloodstains all over his body stubbornly stood in front of the Nimbus martial ancestors' mountain gate. The lives of ordinary people are already difficult. Now that the war has lasted for more than a year, the first ones to suffer are naturally them. They don't even have the most basic source of income. There is only one path left. Zi Chen's calm words paused here. Then he asked indifferently, "Who started this war?" Qin, he didn't ask this question before because he had never thought about it before. It's the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Behind him, Zhu family's Dan Yuan's voice sounded. As expected, it's them. Only they can do such a tragic thing, Zichen said. The land of Barbaric had 7 major cities and 3 major sections. This situation had lasted for nearly 10,000 years. Although there were occasional battles during this period, it had never been like now, where the entire Rising Sun City had been captured. With such a huge difference in strength, it could only mean that an external force had infiltrated the land of Barbaric. This force should be the ancient force behind the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. The Zhu family was able to conquer Rising Sun City because of the assassins from the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. Or perhaps they had already joined the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. This would also explain why the Zhu family dared to let Qin he go back to get resources or reinforcements, even though they knew that he came from one of the major forces in the fringe. After thinking through all of this, Zichen's icy cold heart under his calm expression also turned icy cold. The land of Barbaric doesn't have many resources to begin with. The cultivators who walk out of the land of Barbaric are weak and are ridiculed by the outside forces. They are disdainfully called barbarian dogs. The only way to rise is to unite and progress together. A place like this that lacks resources can't withstand any internal strife. Too many mortals have died. Who knows how many monstrous geniuses have died before they could even embark on the path of cultivation? Moreover, I believe that compared to the monstrous geniuses of the major forces, there are more of such existences hidden among the mortals. The miracles they can create are also greater. Zichen spoke calmly once again. Everyone was silent and no one answered. They didn't know how to respond to Zichen's words. The 5 members of the Zhu family were disdainful when they heard this. They thought that it was unrealistic to expect all the major forces to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk with just a few people. Not to mention the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Even the other major forces wouldn't agree to it. Whether Zichen wanted everyone to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk, he was probably the only one who knew. Along the way, they met even more mortals. By the time they reached the small town, there were already many mortals gathered at the entrance. They were thin and skinny, and their clothes didn't even cover their bodies. They were scattered outside the small town. As for the entrance, there were Zhu family cultivators guarding it. Once these mortals who looked like beggars dared to approach, they would use the leather whips in their hands to whip them. Not far away, there were a few corpses that were covered in whip marks. The ghastly blood grooves served as a constant reminder to the mortals around them. The arrival of Zichen's group naturally attracted the attention of all the mortals. While they were in awe, their faces were filled with resentment. It was the battle between these cultivators that destroyed their homes. The crowd parted and the 5 core essence cultivators were thrown to the ground. Amidst the wails, the mortals' gazes once again landed on the 5 of them. The mortals' faces were filled with coldness and doubt. They didn't recognize the 5 of them. However, the Zhu family guards' expressions changed drastically when they saw the 5 of them. How dare you come to the Zhu family's territory and behave so atrociously? Are you tired of living? Chapter 636. The guards outside the town were only at the Xiantian realm. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to have seen Dan Yuan before. However, a few days ago, they happened to see 4 of the 5 people bring 2 young men over. At the same time, they also indirectly knew the identities of the 4 people. They were actually at the sovereign realm. However, at this moment, such existences were beaten to the ground, barely breathing. Looking at the crowd in front, wasn't that one of the 2 young men? Because the 2 of them looked almost the same. Their memories were still fresh. The Xiantian guards were so scared that they couldn't say a word, but their leader could. This was a true energy realm existence at the 5th firmament of true energy. He held a palm-sized, purple, sand teapot in his hand and swaggered out. After this town was occupied, he was in charge of it. The purple sand teapot in his hand was an extremely expensive tea set. It was the thing he was most proud of other than the spirit weapon on him. He didn't need a cup to drink tea. He drank it directly from his mouth. This was his style of drinking tea. This is the Zhu family's residence. How dare you come here and cause trouble? Are you looking for death? The other party swaggered out. Before he could see clearly who was in front of him, he deliberately raised his voice by an octave. Then he picked up the palm-sized teapot and made a pose that he thought was elegant. He gently sucked, and the tea flowed into his mouth. Then he arrogantly swept his gaze over Zichen and the others. However, before that, the first thing that came into his eyes was naturally the 5 people on the ground who were howling in pain. With a pew sound, the tea that the true energy stage practitioner had just drunk was spat out. Then the tea set that he was most proud of fell from his hands and shattered with a paw sound as it fell to the ground. The other party did not seem to be aware of all of this. His eyes were firmly fixed in front of him, staring at the 5 elder-level practitioners who were howling in pain on the ground. This was because he recognized that these were the sovereign realm experts of his family. However, they were now beaten to the ground like dogs. The other party didn't speak for a long time. Just when the monk and the others thought that he was scared out of his wits, he recovered and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you people?" Such a scene naturally attracted the attention of the group of mortals in the distance. Their gazes constantly sized up Zichen's group before finally landing on Zichen. They felt that this person gave them a sense of familiarity. "Tell your men to bring Qinxing out. Otherwise, the 5 of them will be finished." The monk shouted at the true energy realm cultivator. The group did not enter the town, but with their powerful spiritual senses, they were able to see everything in the town. In contrast, the inside and outside of the town were 2 completely different worlds. One was the flourishing world of cultivators, while the other was the deathbed struggle of mortals that was comparable to hell. At this moment, there were no longer any mortals living in the town. All of them were cultivators. Their lives didn't seem to be affected by the chaos of war. The true element boundary cultivator had already scrambled back to the town to report the news. His sorry state had also attracted the curiosity of the cultivators in the town, so they came out of the town to watch the show. Looking at the 5 people on the ground and the pale-faced Khanate realm guard, they knew that this time a tough opponent had come. Their faces were all filled with excitement. Obviously, a battle was going to happen. Therefore, they drove away the mortals who were an eyesore and occupied a good geographical position to watch the battle. Very soon, experts came out of the town. In order to show their status, these people all flew out of the town. Rays of light flashed, and these people landed one after another. Then they lined up in a row. There were 15 of them who could fly, and 6 of them were core realm cultivators. The appearance of 21 people who could fly naturally caused a commotion. Obviously, these people's appearance was of a much higher level than Zichen's group. However, when they landed and saw the 5 core realm cultivators on the ground, their pupils shrank and their eyes were filled with horror. "Where's Qinxing?" Zichen sat on Longhu's back and looked at the 6 core realm cultivators in front of him. "Where's the essence blood?" Such a voice unexpectedly came from the other side. The 5 core realm cultivators who had their cultivation sealed were like mortals. Due to excessive blood loss, they gradually fainted. If they woke up at this moment and heard their own core realm cultivators say this, they would definitely curse the other side. Zichen chuckled and said, "The essence blood is with me. However, I don't know if you want the essence blood or the 5 of them. What if we want all of them?" It was the same core realm cultivator as before. This time, it was a middle-aged man in gray. Zichen didn't say anything. Wu Lu chuckled and strode forward. He said to the group, "You want all of them? That's impossible." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed in his hand. A core realm cultivator appeared in his hand. Then, he slashed at the core realm cultivator of the Zhu clan. The ray of light flashed, and the core realm cultivator's head fell and rolled to the side. Blood gushed out from the neck, and the core realm cultivator's body began to twitch. After a few twitches, he stopped moving. Seeing this scene, the Zhu clan cultivators' expressions all changed. They didn't expect the other side to be so decisive. They only said a few words, and they were still in the middle of a discussion, but they already started to kill. "Where's Qin Xing?" Zichen asked again. His voice was still calm. "Let them go first. Let them go and I'll tell you." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. His expression kept changing. Wu Lu chuckled again. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He raised the core realm cultivator in his hand again. "Stop!" Suddenly, a loud voice came from the town. Then a powerful aura surged out of the town. The moment they sensed this aura, the core realm cultivators of the Zhu clan sneered. The expressions of the cultivators on Zichen's side also changed slightly. As for Zichen and the monk, a faint smile appeared on their faces. There's a middle-stage core realm cultivator in charge of a small town. This is getting more and more interesting. The corner of Zichen's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the 4 people who flew out of the town. The leader was a middle-aged man. The aura of a middle-stage core realm cultivator surged around him. Behind him were 2 early-stage core realm cultivators. They were holding Qin Xing. Qin Xing's eyes were closed. His body was covered in wounds. His aura was very weak. Although he wasn't killed, he was tortured badly. "You're the leader of the force that Qin Xing mentioned," the middle-aged man said to Zichen after landing. His voice was very loud. He didn't know why, but when he looked at this young man, he felt a sense of familiarity. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone felt that this young man looked very familiar. However, they couldn't remember who he was. "Brother!" Seeing Qin Xing covered in wounds, he shouted loudly. His eyes instantly turned red. Qin Xing was only injured and tortured. He didn't faint. He opened his eyes weakly and looked at Qin. Then he looked at Zichen. "Zichen, you're here too. I'm sorry. I screwed up." Qin Xing's voice was very weak. However, everyone present was a powerful cultivator. Even the sound of a mosquito could be heard clearly in their ears. "Don't blame yourself. I didn't think it through. I was careless and ended up hurting you," Zichen said. "Zichen. You're Zichen. You're that Zichen who disappeared for a few years. The Nimbus martial ancestors, Zichen." Qin Xing's words made the cultivators of the Zhu clan pause for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, their expressions turned to shock and surprise. This was because the other party was Zichen, the Zichen who always caused a commotion in the past. The Zichen, the heaven-level warrior. "Zichen. Heavens, it's actually Zichen. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. So it's him. Zichen. Which Zichen? Which other Zichen? Of course, it's the miracle creator among us rogue cultivators. The heaven-level warrior Zichen who made all the major forces fear him." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was reminded of Zichen. For a moment, all kinds of voices came from the crowd. Zichen's deeds were also mentioned one by one. This was a household name. Not to mention the cultivators, even the many mortals had heard of Zichen's name. There were even more who had seen Zichen's portrait. Heavens! Zichen, who disappeared for a few years, has finally returned. And he's brought so many experts with him. I haven't seen him for a few years. I wonder how much his battle prowess has grown. I wonder if he can kill a master. Now that all the major cities are fighting, Zichen has returned at this time. Could it be that the king has returned? Excited discussions came from the crowd. The person they admired all those years ago had returned. Their expressions became fanatical once again. So it's you. A cold snort from a mid-stage primal core cultivator was like a heavy blow to the hearts of the crowd. The fanatical discussions immediately disappeared. Of course it's me. Kid, I've returned today to repay your kindness, Zichin said lightly. With just you and trash like you. The mid-stage primal core cultivator sneered with disdain. Zichin and the others all hid their auras. Although the mid-stage primal core cultivator could sense it, he definitely could not sense it clearly. At the very least, he could not sense that Wild Wolf was in the mid-stage primal core realm. Otherwise, he would not be so arrogant. Whether they are trash or not, we'll find out later. Now, let's make a deal. Send Qinxing over, and you can take these 4 trash away, Zichin said lightly. The mid-stage primal core cultivator was obviously unhappy that his own primal core cultivator was called trash. However, this matter concerned the lives of his 4 family members. He could not be careless. Therefore, his face darkened, and he said, "Let them go first. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." How rude? Zichen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Looking at the bloody holes on his unconscious companion, the mid-stage primal core cultivator glanced at Qinxing and said, "Of course, we'll make bigger and more bloody holes on his body." Zichin smiled and said casually, "You are indeed rude. Then, take your trash away." A look of disdain flashed in the eyes of the middle-stage primal core cultivator. He thought to himself, "Just a brat like you dares to negotiate with me? I can see your weakness with a single glance." He signaled with his eyes, and the 2 primal core cultivators carefully stepped forward and brought back the 4 living primal core cultivators and the dead primal core cultivator. "All right, the trash has been returned to you. Now you should send Qinxing back," Zichin said lightly. Chapter 637. As soon as he finished speaking, the mid-stage primal core cultivator could not help but laugh out loud, thinking that he was indeed talented to have caught the other party's weakness in an instant. Beside him, the other primal core cultivators also laughed proudly, looking at Zichin as if they were looking at an idiot. In the distance, the other cultivators revealed looks of righteous indignation, thinking that this big force was indeed shameless again. Ha! Loud laughter echoed, and it was very carefree. But everyone who heard this laughter was stunned, because it came from the strong cultivators on Zichen's side. The group of Zhu clan cultivators were also laughing. They were laughing so hard that they were rocking back and forth. They looked at the group of Zhu clan cultivators as if they were idiots. Looking at the other party's mocking laughter, the Zhu family cultivators felt a chill in their hearts, and then they quickly checked their primal core cultivators to see if something had been done. After a few early-stage primal core cultivators checked, they did not find anything unusual, but after being laughed at by the group of people, they also asked for help from the mid-stage primal core cultivators. If he dares to do anything, this Qin family kid is dead meat. The mid-stage primal core cultivator snorted, then released his primal core energy to check, but after a while he did not find anything wrong. "Don't waste your energy," a primal core cultivator on Zichen's side said loudly. "We don't need to do anything to those pieces of trash." "If you didn't do anything, what are you idiots laughing about?" the primal core cultivator on the other side questioned. "Idiots, you should be talking about yourself," Zichen's primal core cultivator mocked. "Idiots who don't keep their promises. We've seen it all. This is not about not keeping your promises. This is called a scheme. You are the ones who don't have brains." "Is that so?" Zichen's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he said, "If you think you have brains, you can look behind you." Behind? Everyone was stunned and turned around instinctively, but there was nothing. "It's behind Qinxing, idiots," Zichin sneered. The group of Dan Yuan cultivators suppressed the anger in their hearts and looked behind Qinxing. Their originally mocking expressions froze in the next moment. This was because two people had appeared behind Qin Shing out of nowhere. One was a monk, and the other was a demonic beast in human form. They were standing behind the two alchemy realm experts who were holding Qin Shing down. They had already recognized that these two people were from Zi Chen's faction. However, shouldn't these two people be by Zi Chen's side? Before they could figure out what was going on, they saw the two people move. One of them held a black rod that was engraved with runes, while the other held a demon-subduing pestle that emitted a golden glow. Then they attacked the two Dan Essence cultivators who were holding Qin Shing down. Although the others were not far away from them, it was unrealistic to want to help them at this moment. This was because the two were right behind them, and their attacks were very fast. At this moment, the only hope everyone had was that these two Dan Essence cultivators could block the other party's attack. However, they suddenly realized that these two Dan Essence cultivators had been facing them the whole time. They did not turn around. What was strange was that these two clearly sensed that someone had launched an attack behind them. Anxiety and panic were written all over their faces, but they still did not turn around. Idiots! Hurry up and face the enemy. The group of Dan Essence cultivators could not help but yell in their hearts. These two naturally wanted to turn around and face the enemy, but at this moment they suddenly lost control of their bodies and could not move at all. Therefore, the two of them could only let the attacks fall on them from behind. Bang! Bang! The black rod and the demon-subduing pestle fell on the two Dan Essence cultivators. Then, with two tremors, the two Dan Essence cultivators' bodies directly exploded. This scene was too normal for the monk and the demonic ape. Blowing up a Dan Essence cultivator in the air was as simple as eating and drinking. However, such a scene in the eyes of the Dan Essence cultivators of the Zhu clan shocked them to the extreme. The group of cultivators in the distance were all in a petrified state. They were either stunned or petrified. The group of Dan Essence cultivators did not launch an attack immediately. This made the monk and the demonic ape, who were ready for a big battle, feel bored. Therefore, the two of them carried the uninjured Qin Shing and disappeared into the void. Boom! After the two of them disappeared, they paused for a moment. Only then did the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator react and launch a destructive attack. However, the two of them had already left. He only managed to blast a big hole in the void. When they turned around again, Qin Shing had already arrived in Zi Chen's group. Moreover, he had already taken out a treasure pill for Qin Shing to consume. Rich vitality circulated in Qin Shing's body. His dispirited expression and the external injuries on his body were recovering at a visible rate. It was like a miracle. The person who was so dispirited before was now full of energy in the next moment. Such a scene attracted many people's exclamations. "Idiots, now you know what we are laughing about." The two monks laughed at the same time, seeing the two demonic apes and two monks in front of them. Everyone naturally understood what had happened. It turned out that they were clones. They woke up from their petrified state, but the shock on their faces was still obvious. Killing a master in an instant, this kind of shock was too strong. Obviously, Zi Chen had made full preparations for this return. Yu, the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator, glared at Zi Chen's group with a murderous look. "I have seen the shamelessness of you big forces many times a few years ago. How could I still believe you and be willing to give you 4 pieces of trash just because I feel that they are useless and useless?" Zi Chen sneered. Being looked down upon like this, the cultivators of the Zhu clan were all furious. However, the monk and the demonic ape's methods had shocked them. For a moment, they did not dare to make a move. Although the deal was not completed as smoothly as expected, both sides had achieved their goal. They had saved the people they wanted to save. Next would be the battle to settle their grudges. Zi Chen's expression instantly turned cold. Looking at the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator in front of him, he said, "Back then, the Zhu clan attacked behind my back. It was really shameless. Now, you have stolen my ancient beast essence blood. There is a new grudge between us. Now, I will give you a chance to make the first move. With just you? A few years ago, you wanted to run away when you saw us. Now you will do the same." The mid-level Dan Essence cultivator's face was full of disdain again. The aura around him began to surge. "You can try. This is your only chance. I promise you that I will not give you a second chance." Zi Chun was still sitting on Longhu's back. The mid-level Dan Essence cultivator took out his alchemy weapon. It shone brightly, and the terrifying aura of an alchemy weapon spread out. This was an alchemy weapon that belonged to the barbarian land. It was made by the Lu clan. The materials were ordinary, but the quality of the alchemy weapon was greatly improved by the superb craftsmanship. "How dare you talk big when you are only in the air? You even want me to attack first. You really don't know your place." The mid-level Dan Essence cultivator held his alchemy weapon tightly. Zi Chen's group did not move. Their expressions were as cold as before. However, if one looked closely, one could see the pity in their eyes. This was because Zi Chun had killed more than one or two mid-level Dan Essence cultivators. The mid-level Dan Essence cultivator moved. He rushed towards Zi Chen like a beam of light. The two were hundreds of meters apart, but this distance could be covered in an instant. Die. After arriving in front of Zi Chen in an instant, he held his alchemy weapon tightly. The surging yuan energy in his body surged, and he attacked fiercely towards Zi Chen. Boom! Under this attack, the sky began to tremble. The void shattered, and a pitch-black hole appeared. The alchemy weapon carried a destructive aura as it passed through the black hole and struck towards Zi Chen's head. Facing this attack, Zi Chen naturally used his strongest attack. Therefore, under the cold gaze of the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator, Zi Chen raised his right hand and pointed his middle finger at him. "Humph, idiot." As he sneered, the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator increased the strength of his alchemy weapon. He was determined to use this attack to shatter Zi Chen's middle finger and then smash his head. However, in the next moment, Zi Chen's finger surged with an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Bang! The alchemy weapon collided with the finger, and there was a dull explosion. Destructive energy rippled between the two of them, and a terrifying aura began to spread from the two of them. The mid-level Dan Essence cultivator felt a strong force coming from his opponent's finger, and then through the alchemy weapon in his hand, it rushed towards his body. As if he was hit by a heavy blow, his body shook and the alchemy weapon in his hand flew out. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying by this attack. Seeing that their strongest cultivator was not only unable to kill Zi Chen, but was also sent flying by Zi Chen, the cultivators of the Zhu family were in disbelief. This scene should have been reversed. The eyes of the cultivators in the distance were filled with fanaticism and worship. As long as Zi Chen was there, they would believe in anything that happened, because he was the creator of miracles. Bang! The mid-level Dan Essence cultivator was sent flying. However, before he could stabilize himself, he felt a strong force fall from the top of his head and hit his face. His body, which was originally sent flying, landed on the ground in a straight line. The mid-level Dan Essence cultivator's body landed heavily on the ground, and dust flew everywhere. When he got up, half of his face was already swollen, and there was a clear shoe print on it. "You." The mid-level Dan Essence cultivator had just gotten up, and his face was still filled with shock and anger. However, Zi Chen's attack had already arrived. As mentioned before, Zi Chen did not give him a second chance to attack. This time it was another kick, but this time it landed on the other half of the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator's face. Under the strong force, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang! Bang! Amidst the loud sound, the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator was sent flying by Zi Chen's kicks. Under the high-speed attack, not only was the opponent unable to launch an effective attack, he could not even defend himself. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Zi Chen, who was in the Zephyr Realm, had completely defeated a mid-level Dan Essence cultivator. He was currently stomping on his opponent. Finally, amidst the loud sound, Zi Chen stepped on the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator's face again. However, this time there was a golden energy in this kick that rushed towards the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator's body. This golden energy entered the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator's mind and destroyed his spiritual consciousness. It then entered his body and destroyed every bone and vein in his body. After this kick, the mid-level Dan Essence cultivator's body emitted a crackling sound like beans being fried. Chapter 638. Looking at the mid-stage primal core cultivator who stopped moving after letting out a blood-curdling scream, the Zhu family cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. A powerful being was kicked to death just like that, and Zi Chen did not even make a move from the beginning to the end. With such combat strength, they could accept it if the other party was a late-stage primal core cultivator. But damn it, he was only a late-stage flight rider. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, but a group of cultivators cheered in the distance. Sure enough, Zi Chen had returned, and a miracle had happened again. The insufferably arrogant and shameless Big Force was finally going to pay the price for what they had done in the past. After a year of fighting, these rogue cultivators were not as comfortable as Zi Chen had thought. They had to pay a fee every time they entered the town, and they had to pay extra to stay in the town. This was not the case in the past. When the nest was overturned, no egg would remain intact. Naturally, the war had implicated them. Seeing the death of the Zhu family cultivator, the expressions of many mortals began to brighten. They were the biggest victims of the war. Many of them were from the town and had properties left behind by their ancestors. However, after the Zhu family occupied this place, they were chased out and left to fend for themselves. Kill. Leave no one from the Zhu family alive. When Zi Chen returned to the back of Longhu, he gave the order to kill. Now, everyone's attention was on Zi Chen. He had been in the limelight today, and the monk was already itching. After Zi Chen gave the order, he rushed forward with his demon, subduing pestle. Wu Lu also rushed forward with a dozen primal core cultivators, as well as the demonic ape with a black stick and the bloodthirsty spirit devouring rats. A dozen primal core cultivators against a dozen primal core cultivators from the Zhu family. When the two sides started fighting, it was not as fierce as expected. Instead, it was more of a massacre. The monk swung his demon, subduing pestle, and a primal core cultivator was killed. The demonic ape swung his black stick, and another person exploded. A dozen primal core cultivators were not enough for them to kill. As for the flight riders, it was even easier to kill them. They could kill a group of them with a wave of their hand. Such a method of slaughter was common in the fringe, but in the barbarian lands it was extremely rare. Today, more than a dozen core masters of the Zhu family had been slaughtered. This was enough to be recorded in the history of the land of barbarians. Moreover, it seemed that other than the time of turmoil, their family had never experienced such a large number of core masters dying. In just a few minutes, the battle was over. All the Zhu family members who were waiting outside the town had been killed. The clean and efficient manner of killing also caused the surrounding cultivators to exclaim in surprise. Today's battle was enough to be remembered by them for the rest of their lives. After that, Zi Chen sat on Longhu's back and led the group into the small town. Although the town wasn't big, it occupied an area of several dozen miles, comparable to a small city. Find a member of the Zhu family and you'll be rewarded with 10 primeval stones. As soon as they entered, Zi Chen used the method of reward to encourage the cultivators to find a member of the Zhu family. Moreover, This would definitely make the Zhu family members unable to hide. The corpses on the way here had greatly affected him. Motivated by the supply of primary stones, the cultivators became highly motivated. Add the fact that they already hated the people from the Zhu family. It did not take long for them to ferret out all the members of the Zhu family. This time, Zi Chen was very decisive. He killed off all the cultivators from the Zhu family, not leaving a single one alive. Today's battle was Zi Chen's first battle after returning to the land of barbarians. At the same time, it could be said that the Qin family had reclaimed this town. This was a town comparable to a small city, so there were naturally members of the Qin family in it. Soon, Qin Xing and Qin he contacted the other party. Then, some cultivators of the Qin family who had been hiding here all this time appeared. After meeting with some of the families in the town, they completely took over this place. Previously, when they were searching for traces of the Zhu family members, they had contributed greatly. Zi Qin, what should we do with the mortals outside the formation? Qin Sheng and Qin he came to look for Zi Qin. Before Zi Chen could say anything, Wang Xianer said they are about to die. Of course, we have to help them. Let them all in. Zi Chen nodded and said, if they continue to stay outside, many people will die. Let them in first and prepare some food for them. After that, we will discuss whether they should stay or leave. Qin Xing and Qin he nodded and left. Looking at the mortals, Wang Xian couldn't bear to see them. She was afraid that the two brothers would ruin this matter, so she followed them. Wu Lu arranged for some people to hunt some ferocious beasts nearby. Zi Qin said, Lord is the same as Madam. Both of you have the kind heart of a bodhisattva. Wu Lu smiled and went to arrange this matter personally. Without the guards of the Zhu family, the mortals had all gathered at the entrance of the small town. However, they were mercilessly blocked outside by the gate. Moreover, there were cultivators of the Qin clan guarding the gate. This was because there were simply too many mortals. Once all of them entered the town, the starving mortals would definitely cause a commotion and rob them. After Wang Xian appeared, she flew into the air and patiently explained the situation to the mortals. She was already extremely beautiful. At this moment, as she stood in the air, her white robes fluttered in the wind and her black hair fluttered like a waterfall. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Wang Xian told everyone that they could enter the town and would arrange everything for them. However, they could only go to the plaza because she was preparing food for everyone there. While they were talking, Wu Lu had already returned with the others. They deliberately used their energy to carry the corpses of the ferocious beasts, leaving huge shadows on the ground as they flew towards the town. After understanding Wu Lu's actions, Wang Xian also said that these were the food for everyone. After hearing this, the mortals who had been starving for God knew how long were naturally moved. They all knelt down and thanked the heavens for sending down a fairy to save them. All the mortals knelt down, forming a black mass. In the air, Wang Xian's eyes moistened when she saw this scene. In the town, Zi Chen saw everything with his spiritual senses. His heart was touched once again, and his faith became even more firm. After the town gates opened, these mortals helped each other into the town. Then they were guided to the plaza. During this period, there was no commotion. Large pots had already been placed in the plaza of the town. The dry firewood was burning fiercely, and the water in the pots was already steaming. At the side of the plaza, Wu Lu was leading the others to disembowel the ferocious beasts. To think that I, an inner core expert, am actually serving a bunch of mortals. Wu Lu shook her head and laughed. Finally, she said, however, I have a very comfortable and special feeling. On the other side of the plaza, the Qin family members had gathered all kinds of cooked food that could be eaten immediately. They were distributing it to everyone, and the restless Wang Xian was helping them at the side. At this moment, almost all the powers in the town had taken action for the sake of these mortals. There was no fighting and they were all united. As for those mortals who still had strength, they all ran to Wu Lu to ask for help. Looking at these skinny mortals whose eyes were filled with sincerity, kindness, and gratitude, Wu Lu actually nodded and agreed. It was hard to imagine that this person who mingled so well with the mortals was the peak leader of Wu Lu Peak, who once led a force and killed without batting an eyelid. Wang Xian, Er's face was full of smiles. She was busy in the crowd, like a cheerful little fairy. After washing the ferocious beast meat, she chopped it into small pieces and put it into the pots. Apart from that, Wang Xian also instructed Wang Shan to deliberately add some ancient beast meat into each pot. Once the ancient beast meat was boiled into soup, all the essence in it would disperse and strengthen the bodies of these mortals. At this moment, there was no fighting, no killing. Everyone's face was filled with blissful smiles. Everything was so calm, peaceful and peaceful. Here, try it. It's very sweet. Wang Xian carried a bowl of meat soup and presented it to Ziqin as if she was presenting a treasure. Her beautiful face had already turned into a little kitten, but her smile was still very beautiful. Ziqin smiled and took a sip. The meat soup had a salty taste when it entered his mouth, but after it entered his stomach, there was a sweet taste in his heart. Looking at the smiles on the mortals' faces, looking at the smile on Wang Xian's face, Ziqin couldn't help but smile too. At this moment, his entire being seemed to have become one with his surroundings, and his entire soul became quiet. It wasn't just him. The other Dan Essence realm cultivators who came with him were also affected by this atmosphere. Years of killing made them restless and unable to calm down. But at this moment, in this world that was full of laughter and no killing, in this quiet atmosphere, they seemed to have seen a peaceful fairyland. Amitabha. The quiet monk became kind and dignified. His body emitted a brilliant golden light, and waves of pure Buddhist energy uncontrollably surged out from his body. This Buddhist energy was pure and holy. When one sensed it closely, it made one have the urge to convert. After the massacre, they felt such a peaceful atmosphere. Everyone's spirit seemed to have been cleansed, reaching a sublime transformation. At this moment, everyone had more or less changed. The smile on Wu Lu's face became brighter and more genuine. This was because under the cleansing of his soul, he realized that his strength had improved. He wasn't far from the middle stage of the Dan Essence realm. The smile on Chen's face froze in the next moment. His soul had also been cleansed, but he realized that his cultivation level had increased at this moment. He had taken the final step of the late stage of the Zephyr Plane and entered the great completion of the Zephyr Plane. If he were to take another step, he would enter the inner core plane. However, for Ziqin, even if he was prepared, it was still a very dangerous situation. What's wrong? Looking at Ziqin's frozen smile, Wang Xian asked. Nothing. It's just that this meat soup is too delicious, Ziqin said with a smile. It's not that the meat soup is delicious. It's the atmosphere that makes me yearn for it. If only I could be so carefree and happy every day. Looking at these mortals who were brimming with happiness, Wang Xian's face was filled with longing and yearning. There will be such a day. Ziqin nodded. It was unknown whether he was talking to himself or making a promise. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.